Hello. Welcome to all who are here already, you little early birds. Um, I had something in mind mm, to say before starting, but then forgot. I'm a genius. Um, when I first opened Higurashi today, just test to see how it would open to determine, like, when to open it for streams sort of thing. It asked for permissions to know what my keyboard's doing when I'm not in game, so not sure why it needs to do that, but very interesting. Um, I will say that I'm not going into this blind. I have watched the original anime, and I've watched like about half of the newer version. Smacking the mic, as always. Genius. But yeah, I guess we should just get right into it. But let me double check that the sounds are working. Yes, okay. Okay. Oh boy. Onikakushi opening. Welcome to the world of Higurashi when they cry. The Onikakushi arc will be the opening inviting you into the world. Don't play tough. Please just enjoy life in Hinamizawa to the fullest. The difficulty is extremely high, but I hope you will enjoy the reward. I like how there's an exit option. Yeah, sure. I'll try to enjoy life in Hinamizawa to the fullest. Ugh, did not like that. Rah, indeed. Please do not lament. I will forgive you even if the world will not forgive you. Please do not lament. I will forgive you even if you do not forgive the world. So please tell me, what will it take for you to forgive me? Okay. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is extremely coincidental. I would hope so. 1983. Hey. If I was going to be ripped apart anyways, having my body ripped apart would have been far better. I trusted her. No, I still trust her. Even in this very moment, I trust her. But I'm starting to realize I only wanted to trust her because I refused to accept the truth. It was as if I was trying to convince myself in such a silly, sobbing voice, and those tears making a mess of my face. That mechanical, repetitious sound finally stilled, and everything fell silent. Only the cry of the cicadas remained, annoyingly loud, and yet I felt as if I could still hear her voice. But that's not possible. She is no longer speaking. The only one crying is me. She never cried. Even when she repeated those words over and over, she never expressed any emotion, because there were none to show. If she had no tears to shed for me, then I shouldn't need to shed any for her. Then why? This pain. My eyes getting moist. Why was this happening? I still wanted to believe I hadn't been split apart. That's enough, right? Inside me, an inner voice whispered gently. My spirit had suffered enough. And countless times I'd wavered over whether I should just throw the battered thing away. Except, I've stubbornly refused to do that, haven't I? I'd feel better if I just threw it away. Even knowing that, I chose to believe, didn't I? Only I can understand that painful struggle and appreciate it. Hey, me? I've tried more than enough. I'll acknowledge that much. So, isn't it all right to just take the easy way out? Besides, I'm not throwing it away. I'm leaving it behind, with her, like flowers by a grave. Now then, calm your nerves. Even though you can't feel your right arm, just lift it up. And with every swing, forget a little more. Oh, thank you for following Legendary Anime JP Fan 2. I'm glad you're enjoying your stay here. That kindness made me happy. That adorable smile brought me joy. I liked petting your head. I loved how demure you were. What? Because this will be the last time. Because when I swing this down, I'll forget. This is my... I am not new to visual novel games. First and last bucket for you. This is definitely my first, like, proper visual novel, though. Like, no other game mechanics, just pure visual novel. Probably not the best first choice, huh? Perhaps I really did. Love you. Ooh, that was a strong start to this game. Yeah, I'm not new to visual novels, but it's normally just, like, a feature in games that I'm playing. Like, I've played Neptunia on stream before, and that's mostly a JRPG, but does have visual novel elements. And then, like, same thing with the mobile games that I normally play, like my rhythm games. The story is told in a visual novel way. But yeah, I guess this is my proper first visual novel game. I guess not the smartest choice. Ooh, you got a visual novel. You should leave me some recommendations. Somebody has been apologizing for a while now. I wonder what she's apologizing for. It felt wrong to eavesdrop, so I tried to ignore it. It had been a while since I'd last went to the city. I only returned to attend the funeral of a relative. Even though I had lived there until last month, I found the bustle of the city to be overwhelming. The skyscrapers and the multi-lane roads. The blah blah blah. The melodious cacophony of the crosswalk. I'm not sure I said that word correct. Even the campaign speeches blaring in front of the station felt nostalgic. I'm also a YouTuber as well. I'll list games that I play. Cool. Maybe we can collab at some point. That could be fun. I also, like, edit my streams to YouTube videos, so... The place where I live now isn't nearly as lively. There's only the chirping of locusts and the babbling of brooks. And the cry of the Higurashi, the evening cicadas. Rather than making me feel lonely, that quietness has begun to instill a sense of serenity. There's nothing where I'm living now. I don't just mean there aren't any burger joints. There aren't even vending machines. No music stores, no restaurants. YouTube name is Legendary Anime JP Fan 2. Ah, matches your name here. Nice. And no arcades. Ah, no arcades, that's the worst. Even an ice cream parlor would be unlikely. The nearest town has some stuff like that, but it's an hour away by bike. That is a lot of bike. But come to think of it, it wasn't really a big deal. There were music stores and arcades and ice cream parlors, but it wasn't like I ever hung out at any of them. I had lived in the city for 10 years and never once been to an ice cream parlor. It's been a minute since I've personally been to one, so that's fair. I don't even remember the last time I went to one, to be honest. Maybe high school? Jeez. Ugh. I should have gone at least once. It's only now that I'm starting to regret that a little. Somebody's still apologizing. Who is she apologizing to? She's already apologized so much, so just forgive her already. There's no reason anyone should ever need to apologize so much. I started to feel a bit annoyed at whoever was refusing to forgive her. No matter how bad the mistake, there's nothing that can't be forgiven. There's no such thing as blah 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 blah. There's no such thing as an irreparable mistake. You just need to be more careful next time. She's still apologizing, even now. Then, has she really done something that can't be fixed? I have no idea what she's done. But if it can't be fixed, then that's all the more reason to forgive her. No matter how much she apologizes, nothing will change. But even so, she keeps apologizing in such a heartbreaking voice. Hey you, the one she's apologizing to. Why don't you just go ahead and forgive her? She's apologizing in such a pathetic voice. Keiichi, we're almost there. Wake up. I was finally aroused from my nap by my father's prodding. It seemed the train had reached its final stop. We'd spent hours riding everything from the bullet train to the local routes. It was hard to believe that the landscape beyond the window in the city I was in half a day ago were in the same country. No, that they were even from the same era. From there, we take a car deeper into the mountains. Past where the dense why did I mess up on forest of all words? Okay. Past where the dense forest encroaching on the mountain road suddenly opened up. There, where I live now, Hinamizawa. Even though we were approaching summer, the morning air still had a frigid bite. Although, in exchange, you could fill your lungs up with crisp, clean air. Flipping open the window, I was greeted with a verdant expanse. Nothing but trees. The neighboring house was far away on the other side, so I was probably the only one enjoying that view and that air. I filled my lungs with another deep breath. Since I've started living in Hinamizawa, I learned that even air had its own taste. Ooh, that is quite the list. Let's see. Kimagura Orange. I haven't heard of that one. Lane. Sakura Diaries. I didn't know Yu Yu Hakusho had a visual novel. So I think with Rama 1/2. Urisei Yatsura. Yamamoto Battleship. Pretty Sammy Magical Girl. I also didn't know Card Captor had a visual novel too. Tenchi Muyo. Martial Success for Nade Siko. El Hazard. Didn't know Eva had a visual novel either, but I'm not too surprised at that one. Love Hina I've heard of too, but not as a visual novel. Detective Conan, Never 7, You're Under Arrest, Ah My Goddess, White Album 1, Kendaichi, Sorcerer Hunter, Slayers. I've definitely heard of some of these titles, but more of as anime. I didn't realize they also had visual novels. That's cool. To definitely look into them. I quickly finished getting ready for school and headed downstairs for breakfast. My mother was the only one there. My father was nowhere to be seen. He was probably up working until the early morning. Dad had a rather unconventional job as a painter. Okay, mood. It's such a laid-back profession. Yes and no. Get up when you want, sleep when you want, and work when you want. I was so jealous of that easygoing lifestyle. I even wrote for school that I wanted to be a painter when I grew up. Dad was ecstatic about that. It was just because it looked easy. I never tell him that, though. Keiichi. Mom laid breakfast out on the table. Seaweed, pickled vegetables, raw egg, and grilled salmon. My mom was such a good cook, it was scary. A perfect, immaculate, ideal breakfast. Unlike my dad, who didn't even know the meaning of the word schedule, my mom never squandered any time or effort. Oh, God. She hummed a little tune as she brought over the miso soup. It seemed like she was in a good mood today. I'm so happy you've been waking up early since we moved here, Keiichi. If I don't wake up early, I won't have time to eat breakfast. I thought I was being cute, responding with a wisecrack after being praised for being good. Full bowl of rice, or will half be enough? Pile it on. First, I savored the steaming hot rice with the seaweed. After that, I covered it with the egg. Between bites of rice, I enjoyed the crunch of pickles. Not bad at all. Excellent, as usual. Watching me clean my plate, Mom gave me a warm smile. I'm so happy you haven't skipped breakfast ever since we moved here, Keiichi. I was not a morning person when we lived in the city. I slept right until the last minute before school and rarely ate breakfast. Boycotting the breakfast Mom made me each morning. That was probably the only way I could protest being forced to attend Scram school? Cram school. I guess that's what you'd call my rebellious face. God damn it, self. I wouldn't so much as look at the breakfast she woke up as early each day to make. Why am I struggling so hard? Get it together. If I go back in time, I'd slap myself. Mindful of the time, Mom rushed me along with a wide grin. Isn't it about time to meet up with Rena-chan? Hurry, hurry. Hayaku, hayaku. Mom really seemed to enjoy the fact that her son was going to school with a girl. Rena is one of my classmates. She really loves looking after people, coming to meet me each day without fail. The way I looked at it, a guy my age walking to school with a girl was just lame. Are you gay, Keiichi? But, well, keeping a classmate waiting for me every day wouldn't be very considerate. Seriously, though, how long does Rena wait there for me every morning? Taking one last gulp of miso soup, I raced for the door. Please thank Rena-chan for the pickles. Come to think of it, those pickles weren't store-bought, were they? If I'd known that, I would have savored them a bit more. Morning. Keiichi-kun. Good morning. Her cheerful greeting was as fresh as the morning itself. You're always so early. You should try sleeping in sometime. If I sleep in, I'll keep you waiting. She's so conscientious and is such a good person. If that ever happens, I'll just leave you behind. Keiichi-kun, you're so cold. I'll wait for you all the time. I'll leave you in the dust without looking back. Why are you so mean? Why? Rena had a slightly troubled look on her face. Toying with her was rather fun because of how quickly her mood changed. I'm kidding. I'd wait for you. With those words, Rena seemed to relax. Her face flushed bright red. Thank you. I'd wait forever until you came, Rena. No matter how long. Forever? Rena turned bright red, steam rising from her head as her brain short-circuited. She's especially weak to this sort of talk. It's quite rare to find someone this fun to tease. Have you ever read a romance novel, Rena? Huh? I haven't. I've never read any before. From that response, I gathered she was interested in them, but was too embarrassed to actually buy one. I couldn't imagine what would happen if she did read one. She'd probably turn red and pass out. Oh yeah, message from Mom. She says thanks for the pickles. It was nothing. You're welcome. How were they? Not too salty? They weren't that salty. Actually, they had a pretty light flavor to them. It would have been fine to just be honest and say they were good, but apparently I couldn't be that forthright. I'd like to ask something before that. Were you the one who pickled them, Rena? Or was it your mom? Huh? Why do you ask? Were they too salty? Her attitude completely changed as she began to panic frantically. Was it you, Rena? Or was it your mom? Why are you asking who made them? Why? Ooh, more. Yori Aoshi, Vampire Rosario. Oh, I didn't know Code Geass had a visual novel. Damn. I love Code Geass. I should look into that. Heavenly Lost Property, Kokoro Connect, Baka and Test, Certain Scientific Railgun. I actually knew about that one being a visual novel first. I just kind of forgot about it. Black Cat, Familiar to Zero, Ichigo 100, Strawberry, Flame Rekka, Rankin Bissen, Food Wars. Oh, I didn't know Plastic Wars is also a visual novel, but given how the anime was, that does make sense. Nisekoi, Golden Time, Asterisk War, Tokyo Ghoul, Higurashi, Clanad, Little Buster, Sinai Heroine, Tsukihime Remake, Quintessential Quintuplet, Royal Work Never Done, Grand Crest Senki, Full Metal Panic. Oh, I love Full Metal Panic, the anime. It would be fun to play a visual novel of it. Air, Infinite Stratos, Witch on the Holy Night, Face State Night. I have played more, but I forgot. Oh, that's valid. You gave a really long list there. I definitely have heard a lot of these titles, but like I said before, just as anime. So it's really cool to hear that they also have visual novels. Should definitely look into them. Especially Code Geass. Which one's your favorite? Depending on who made them, my opinion of them might change drastically. Huh? Huh? She counted frantically on her fingers, trying to remember the amount of salt she used to pickle them. It wasn't like I couldn't. It wasn't like I was trying to tease her, but I couldn't stop myself. Guys who take pleasure in this kind of thing are probably the worst. Guys like me. Yeah, Keiichi, you're the worst. Rena nervously opened and closed her mouth over and over, trying to muster a response. It was me. Delicious. Huh? Pretty good, just like the last ones. They went perfectly with the rice. Her face went bright red again. She was completely spacing out. It was truly a lot of fun to tease her. I pray that Rena never gets taken advantage of by some by some low life. My favorite is Tsukihime Remake, Quintessential Quintuplets, Sinai Heroine, Yahari Ore no Senshin, and Familiar to Zero. Interesting. I remember actually reading some of the Quintessential Quintuplets manga when it started releasing, but I dropped it. I don't really know why. Maybe I just was too focused with other manga. Comic Party is one of my favorite visual novels. I should look into that then. Sounds interesting. Keep at it, Rena. I'll train you until you handle it like the average person. Okay, Keiichi. Or, so I decided for myself. Let's go. If you keep me on waiting, we'll never hear the end of it. Seeing as she just keeps spacing out otherwise, I called Rena back to reality so we could make our way to school. This strange, easily flustered girl is Rena Ryugu. I've only known her for about a month, but I've come to realize it's not just her name that's strange. Mii-chan, good morning. Coming up to the next rendezvous point, we saw another person waiting for us. Noticing us, she waved. Finally, you two are late. Usually you're the one who's late. In sharp contrast to the diligent Rena, this one marched up to the beat of her own drum. If you want to play a visual novel that I play, you need emulator. Ooh, okay. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Especially since I have a Mac, I'm a little more limited in game options, generally speaking. Rena is cute, though. I do love her. When she's behaved. She's Mion Sonozaki. I also like Mion. I honestly like almost all of them. I don't really know if there's any characters that I particularly dislike now that I think about it. For what it's worth, she's our senior and head of the class. Morning, Rena. And it's been a while, Kei-chan. How many years? I was only off 2 days. You don't say. You were so much cuter back then. Mion's gaze stared at my chest, then dropped straight down, focusing on the point between my legs. So she was saying it. Wow. So she was saying it was my crotch that was cuter back then. Before you ask, just to be clear, I've never actually tried to show it to her. I've grown quite splendidly. You'd be surprised. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Interesting. Being so engorged with every Why am I struggling? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite a problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Don't say next time. Right now it's just fine. How about letting the little guy get a breath of fresh morning air? I don't think I've ever heard talk so dirty you could smell it following up the morning air before. Mion sure does act like an old man sometimes. Gotcha. Time for the big reveal. Hope you don't regret it. As my hand reached for my fly, Rana began to ramble in a near panic. Hey, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Red-faced and flustered, Rena tried to play dumb, but it was obvious she knew exactly what we were talking about. How was it, seeing the city again? Mion switched gears, dropping the dirty talk and changing the topic to something more befitting of the pleasant morning. Only went for a funeral. I didn't have much time. So yeah, did you look for it? That thing I asked for? You're not listening at all. I just came back from a funeral. I didn't have time to look around in toy stores. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Toy stores and hobby shops are completely different, you know. It's really difficult to get Western stuff around here, after all. Is this about games again, Mi-chan? Mion nodded proudly as Rena giggled. Yep, I wanted Kei-chan to bring me back a Westport catalog, you see. Westport was short for Western Imported Games. Using that abbreviation did make it sound pretty geeky. You can just get them to send you one in the mail, can't you? Well, I guess I have to now. I'm gonna get another game full of hot action. This time I'd like a game that's easy to understand. Mion is a board and card game enthusiast, and I hear she's collected quite a lot of different ones. According to Rena, Mion's room has some blah blah blah. Mion's room has become okay. Take 3. Mion's room has become kind of Mion's room has kind of become a museum for domestic and foreign games. That wasn't even that hard of a sentence. If there's a game you think I'd understand, let me play too. Of course. If Kei-chan is up for it, I should warn you though, we're pretty tough. Just what I want. I play all sorts of games I don't intend to lose. Whoa. Then we'll let you in the group this time, I guess. Meow, welcome, Catman. How has your week been? I know I didn't stream yesterday, so we didn't have our usual weekly catch-up then. Bristling with joy from head to toe, Rena looked back and forth between me and Mion. Mion gave her an affirmative wink, and her expression perked up even further. I thought boys preferred playing outside more, so I figured you wouldn't want to. Oh, thank you for following, Glorious Bowser. I hope you enjoy your stay. Hey, saw you or post on Twitter and had to come give some love. I'm going to lurk and watch while I eat. Come hang out sometime. I'll send my community over to support you. We're all in this together. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad my tweet has reached you and you've decided to come in. I hope you enjoy the stream while you're here too. And I'm sure I'll check you out as well. How has my weekend been? It's been a weekend. Nothing too special. Glad to be streaming today with Higurashi. Yeah. Rana laughed happily. From such a friendly conversation, you wouldn't think I had moved here less than a month ago. I understood that they did all that... I understood that they did all they could to make a transfer student like me feel at home. I'll have to try harder to fit in, so they won't feel like they have to try to make me feel welcome. I felt like if I acted a bit more open than I usually am, it should probably be about right for this place. Hinamizawa was a really small village. Not only was there only one school, but there was only one class. That class encompasses all different grades and ages. There are about 30 students at different levels, and they all study in the same class. I'm told that, long ago, there used to be a bigger school building, and they had actual separate classes. However, it seems something happened that made it become a single class. Now it stayed that way out of tradition. I was shocked at first, but humans adapt pretty quickly. I've already gotten quite used to it. The sound of children's playing started right from the morning. With such a lively mood, it felt like a kindergarten than a With such a lively mood, it felt more like a kindergarten than a proper school. Not that that was a bad thing. Mion, who had been walking in front of us up until then, suddenly let me take the lead, right in front of the classroom door. So I was meant to slide the door open and enter the room first. Heh. Too bad. I wasn't going to fall for that again. To think you'd give up the lead here. You meant for this to be a test of my skills. Mion chuckled with a haughty smirk on her face. Was it you guys? Step back, Rena. It's dangerous. She's here. Huh? Then Sataka-chan is... Her name was Satoko Hojo. She was a disrespectful, impudent, bossy kid. The way she talks was annoying, but it would be immature to get worked up just blah 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 over just that. The real problem was this. Quite the obvious trap, a blackboard eraser wedged in the door. It's too obvious, Satoko. A hearty laugh came from beyond the door. Excellent, Kei-chan. I guess this means you win this round? No, this is Satoko we're talking about. I doubt this is it. After falling for such intricate traps since the day I transferred, I no longer let my guard down. Satoko liked to combine a variety of traps. Traps that were simply there to bait you into the main one. Traps that relentlessly kept coming at you like a sadistic Rube Goldberg machine. The list goes on. As well as being clever, they almost never missed fire. When you least expect it, she strikes. No escape, no time to relax. By the looks of it, this eraser is normal. No rocks or anything in it. I took a pretty heavy hit from the blackboard eraser loaded with rocks on my first day. So then why don't you just open the door and let it drop? That's what it is. That is what Satoko was after. Making me focus my attention upward, so as I lifted my hand to the door, there were thumbtacks stuck to the sliding door handle with tape. A frightening trap. A potent and terrifying trap. Concealed by using the blackboard eraser. An impressive combination, Satoko, but in the end, nothing more than the trivial machinations of a child. Assured of my victory, I threw the door open and stepped into the room. I felt something strange on my ankle. It was similar to the sensation of a jump rope catching on my leg. By the time I realized she had me, hook, line, and sinker, it was already too late. I began to fall in an almost picturesque manner. Kei-chan, watch out! Instinctively reacting to Mion's shrill warning, I twisted my body in midair before I landed on the floor. Ow, ow! An inkstone filled to the brim was placed right where I would have landed. I shuddered, imagining the situation had I landed square on it. My, what do we have here? A fair morning to you, Keiichi-san. Aren't we a lively one this morning? Still sprawled in an awkward position, I was greeted by a mocking voice. That was a step up from your usual trap, Satoko. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. You're quite unlucky this morning. You little... Ow, ow. It seemed I had inadvertently sprained my back a little when I blah, blah, blah. When I'd landed. Better than landing on that inkstone. small hand gently rubbed my head. Pain, pain, go away. The small, dainty hand continued to gently stroke my head. You didn't sprain your back or anything, did you? If you rub it like this, the pain disappears. I thought about asking how rubbing my head would help my back, but I didn't. It's not so much about what you actually do, it's the thought that counts. Yeah, thanks, Rika-chan. The pain's going away now. Yay, Rika-chan, good morning. Good morning to you, Rena. A good morning to all. Rika-chan greeted each of us with an adorable little bow. It was infectious. Rena, Mion, and I all bowed back. You're such a good kid, Rika-chan. So much better than Satoko. I glared over in her direction. Satoko was whistling while rather deliberately trying to avoid eye contact. I'm the very model of a good girl. A good girl wouldn't set those nasty traps. Nothing but lies and slander. Exactly what? I picked up Satoko by the back of her collar. She looks like a misbehaved cat when I do this. But a cat wouldn't be setting traps. She's much harder to deal with. I'm sorry. Try saying that. If you don't... I'm sorry. Try saying that. If you won't say it... I cocked my index finger on my thumb, letting it tremble as I brought it closer to Satoko's forehead. I'm against violence. You don't even have any proof. Just so you know, my forehead flick really hurts. It can split plywood right in half. Eek! Stop! Get away from me, you beast! Don't say that in a way people will misunderstand. A small hand tugged down the back of my shirt. She's been lonely since you were gone for 2 days. Rika-chan really is just so... How could I do anything more after being told that? I gently released my grip on Satoko, who at this point was on the verge of tears. She still had her eyes clamped shut as she braced herself for the forehead flick. It doesn't bother me. You mustn't cry, Satoko. Keep on fighting, yeah. Rika gently patted the head of her prankster friend. You would never guess those two are the same age. I think Satoko could learn a thing or a million from Rika-chan. Next time, set an even more amazing trap. Wait a minute. As she observed the scene, Rena's expression grew ecstatic as she began to swoon. Oh, Satoko-chan is crying. So cute. You can't take them home. Ooh, but they're so cute. You can't, no matter how cute they are. But just for a bit, is fine? Kana? Rana kept a cutesy face even as outrageous ideas spewed from her mouth. According to Mion, Rena is ridiculously weak to cute things and always tries to take them home. Object or person. Stealing is bad, but abducting people is even worse. Give it up. Then can I just look? Just looking. That should be fine, right? Rana swooned over Satoko's crying form. If a girl ever goes missing in Hinamizawa, I'll be forced to turn Rena in to the authorities. Forgive me, Rena. I'll be sure to bring you care packages when they put you away. The teacher's coming. Quickly, clean everything up. Satoko, that inkstone is yours, right? Just from Mion's single statement, the entire mood of the room shifted back to normal. The inkstone was bad, but the thumbtacks stuck to the door handle were an even bigger problem. I pulled the tape off carefully, making sure not to skewer myself. Even though Satoko was the one who set it up, everyone had to pick up after her. By the time the teacher entered the room, the bedlam from before had been neatly tidied up. We made it in time. Rise, attention. Mion gave them warning commands. It's difficult being the teacher for all these different grades in one classroom. She has to teach something different to each one. but naturally she ends up spending all her time with the younger kids. Rena, Rena, Rena and Mion, being in the highest grade in the class, end up mostly doing self-study. They even end up helping teach the younger kids, so it seems like they can never get it to their own studies. They're actually way behind where my studies have progressed to. As a result, I'm pretty much taking over for the teacher and helping Rena and Mion with their studies. You're a pretty good teacher, Keiichi-kun. Easy to understand. Rena took a breather after finishing highlighting an important section. Teaching is making me lose confidence. It makes me aware of how shallow my understanding of the subject is. They say that to teach someone something, you need to understand it backwards and forwards. So while you're teaching us, you're getting in your own practice. In contrast, this person over here is quite laissez-faire about things. I don't think I said that right. For one, isn't she supposed to be in a higher grade than me? Look, Mion, this is for your own good. If you don't take this seriously, there will be trouble later on with these marks. It's not like I'm aiming to go on to a prestigious school. I'll be fine as long as I pick up what I need to know for the entrance exams a little at a time. Her staunch defiance was really something else. This was such a different type of relaxed than somebody who already knew what was going to be on the entrance exams. Mii-chan, Keiichi-kun is doing his best to teach us. We need to try hard. We need to try hard too. You're such a good and honest kid, Rena. I'll make sure you guys get accepted into a good school. What? Thanks so much. Especially you, Rena. Private lessons, just the two of us. Private lessons? A puff of smoke, shaped like a halo, popped out of Rena's head. Exactly what kind of private lesson is she fantasizing about that's making her turn so red? I'd like to hear the play-by-play about that next time. While Mion was flipping through her vocabulary flashcards, she threw out a casual question. So, in the city, do you have to study this much? If you don't know at least this much, you can't get into university. So you just study to get into university? Well, yeah, basically. While knowing that this stuff won't ever come in handy in the future. Out here, you can just get into university as long as your attendance is good enough. Really? Study equals entrance exams. Having that basic law of the universe is so easily overturned sent me into a state of shock. That is right. There aren't really enough people around here to warrant weeding them out with an exam. If anyone can get into university, then there's no need to be all uptight about this stuff, right? Well, that's true. But we should at least know stuff that's common knowledge. This old geezer thinks that instead of wasting time studying pointlessly, you should be spending your precious teen years doing something meaningful. You should be spending your precious teen years doing more meaningful things. It was too profound of a statement to simply laugh off. You good? I am trying my best. I don't know why my whatever is not cooperating, but I am doing my best. And it's just really sad that I'm flubbing up on the smallest of things. But we'll get there. We'll get there. But since it was Mion, it probably didn't actually have that deep of a meaning. In place of a chime, the sound of the principal waving a handball drifted through the classroom. Kei-chan, we're done. It's our wonderful lunchtime. In a complete 180 from her unmotivated state, Mion gave the commands that signaled the end of the morning period. Keiichi-kun, let's have lunch. I might have been making a very troubled face. Rena smiled brightly at me. All right, let's eat. There seemed to be different cliques, even within the class. Most of them were divided up by gender and age, but our group was different. Our ages were different and we had both boys and girls. but we weren't reserved around each other. This level of openness makes a transfer student like me pretty happy. Rena and Mion pushed their desks together so they were facing each other. At the same time, Satoko and Rika-chan were slowly lugging their desks over as well. Keiichi-kun, hurry, hurry. Rena waved her chopsticks in an unrefined manner, trying to hurry me along. Unless everyone was together, they wouldn't even open their lunch boxes. Keiichi-san's lunchbox is most assuredly filled with nothing but bread crust like some sort of astute plebeian. Fucking intense. Why don't you just show it off to us? Come now. Even though Satoko was hurling insults at me, she still wouldn't open the lid to her lunchbox until I was there. I pulled out my lunchbox swiftly and dragged my chair over to join the circle. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Well then, Representative Me, please give the signal to start. At first, this was kind of embarrassing, but I got used to it pretty fast. At this point, I probably wouldn't even open my own lunchbox if someone else was too slow. Our ages and genders may have all been different, but we were all friends. Let's eat. Itadakimasu. The sound of our little 5-part chorus echoed beautifully throughout the classroom. Really, though, I've gotten pretty used to this group made up of all girls. Of course, there were other boys in the class, but they were a lot younger, so they were scared to approach me. Well, that's to be expected. Younger boys just see older boys as scary. Compare that to girls. Well, at least these girls aren't picky. We put all the side dishes in the middle where everyone was free to pick at them. I thought girls would mind sharing a meal with a guy, so I was a bit flustered joining in. However, Miel noticed that and teased me quite a bit. As the fruit of my efforts, I can now reach over and take sides from anybody's lunch. Anybody's. My, isn't Sir Keiichi's lunch extravagant today? My, isn't Madame Satoka's lunch extravagant as well? The stewed stuff has a nice look to it, rather trendy. Buying into the fight that Satoko was starting, our chopsticks locked it across counter, stabbing into each other's lunch. My, how delicious! Oh, this taro is good. The stewed stuff is good too, even cold. After seeing my happy face, Rika-chan's expression broke into a little smile. I saved some from dinner last night. By the way, Satoko and Rika-chan's lunches are always the same. It seems that Rika-chan makes it for both of them every day. Rika-chan made this too? These taste like mom's home cooking. Ah, God, why are her eyes red? Character design. I don't know why Satoko's eyes are red. I was honestly impressed. The carrot rosettes weren't from a mold. They were done by hand with a knife. That's not easy to do. She's high. She is a literal child. I would hope that she is not high, sir. I guess Rika-chan's just good at this sort of thing. She's really good at sewing, laundry, and stuff like that. Amazing, right? Amazing. Are you saying children can't get high? I mean, they can. It's just, generally morally opposed. Rika's quite exceptional in many ways. Oh, that was weak. That's nothing for you to boast about. Rena's actually better at cooking than I am. Huh? Well, It seemed that the topic of conversation switched to Rena when she wasn't expecting it, making her blush and trip over her words. Rena's lunch really was the star of the table. Not only did it look good, it tasted good. Everyone else pulled from Rena's lunchbox constantly. Everyone liked this one so much more. So much before, so I made it a lot this time. It's good, I hope. It's got high marks from me. Ah, Mion, you're taking too much. Knocking Mion's chopsticks aside, I reached out, trying to secure my own portion. Satoko and Rika-chan reached over at the same time, and a struggle ensued. Everyone shoveled in mouthful after mouthful while praising it, and Rena's lunchbox was soon empty. It was kind of bad that no one thought to leave any for Rena. Big sad. But Rena seemed rather satisfied as she looked on. How did you like it? Isn't Rena-san an extremely good cook too? Quite different from Keiichi-san. I said that's nothing for you to boast about. You're not much different from Keiichi-chan, Satoko. Ugh. Can you tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower yet? Satoko's face went pale. Hey, even I can tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower, you know. Of course I can. I really can. It's really hard for her to lie. Keiichi-kun, both taste good when they're boiled and topped with mayo, right? You shouldn't be picking on her. Mii-chan too. Rena hurriedly tried to follow up, but Mion laughed haughtily as she drew closer to Satoko. Well, well, just pretend it's a little home ec lesson. Now then, Satoko, what's this? Mion lifted up her chopsticks. Between them was a piece of green stuff wrapped in bacon. But that's a Mion made eye contact with me, and within 0.3 seconds, I had Rika-chan's mouth covered. Holding a piece of bacon-wrapped asparagus and giving her two choices, she's pretty terrible. Well, the yellow one is cauliflower. No, wait, the green one is cauliflower. So it's, probably the yellow one is broccoli, and the blue one is cauliflower. But the green one is, ooh. Fun fact, broccoli and cauliflower actually do come from the same plant. Yes, they do. And also another fun fact, broccoli and cauliflower are in fact flowers. Do you really know which is which? How about you just give up? I'd expect no less from the class representative. The oldest. The way she drives people into a corner just shows how much experience she has. This is just a hunch, but being brought into the Sonozaki household must be quite the ordeal. Fun fact, broccoli and cauliflower are my favorite veggies. That's interesting since you're not someone that eats veggies, and like broccoli and cauliflower are like notoriously disliked, especially broccoli. Especially when drenched in nacho cheese. Yeah, they're definitely really good with cheese. Are you actually eating vegetables now, Catman? Breaking news at 9 p.m. Catman actually eats vegetables now. I don't think I read that. Nah, I've always liked those. Likely story. I just had some beef and broccoli though. Wow, I'm even struggling to read chat messages. This is going so well. That's fair though. I do know. I really do. Then answer the question. Fun fact, when I was a kid, I used to act like a dinosaur eating the tiny trees. You know, I'm glad I can easily tell. And murdering the people who lived in the forest. Okay. Minus that last part, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Celery. What's celery? Celery makes more sense. Murdering the people who lived in the forest. You were kind of a fucked up kid, Catman, but that's okay. I know. Synergy mixed with celery. I was thinking clergy mixed with celery, to be honest. She finally broke down and started crying. When she acts like this, she actually starts to seem her age. Oh, cute. Rena entered a state of euphoria as Satoko bawled her eyes out. Rena was in a state of bliss as she rubbed her cheek against Satoko's head and smothered her. Really, a very content face. One that wouldn't care if the world ended right then. It was that kind of smile. Rena, Mimi is picking on me. cute. It's okay. Rena Oni-chan will take care of those bad people who tease my little sister. Fish boof, bam. It was like a flash of lightning. What was that just now? Both of Rena's fists shot out at supersonic speeds, striking Mion and me squarely in our faces. Before we knew it, Mion and I were sprawled spread eagle on the floor, staring up at the ceiling with matching welts on our faces. This is the first time you've gotten one, right? Today, she went easy on us. Easy? You mean there's something harder than this? With that, Mion and I both slumped our heads back to the floor in unison. From now on, I'll be careful when I'm within striking distance of Rena. Foreshadowing. See, Satoko-chan, I took care of them. Cute. I want to take you home. Making sure Rena couldn't see it, Satoko stuck her tongue out at us. Just damn it all, using Rena like a puppet. Rika-chan massaged our bruises without saying a word. Weaponized Rena. No matter what the day had held, the last school bell always came too soon. Our shadows stretched off into the distance. Hey, Keiichi-kun, tomorrow, do you have plans or anything? Or anything? Huh? It was such a direct question from Rena, I inadvertently blushed. If it was for a date, then wouldn't you do it more subtly? Rena saw me lost for words and realized that I'd misunderstood, and turned red as well. No, I didn't mean it like that. You see... So apparently that wasn't what she meant. But since it's always fun when Rena's in a panic, I went along with it for a little. Oh, really? So it wasn't meant that way. Huh? Playing it up, I slumped my shoulders, feigning dejection. Keiichi-kun, why are you so disappointed? Why? Mi-chan! Unable to hold it in any longer, Mion slapped me on the back. I see. This old geezer never knew you could push her buttons like that. Huh? What is this? Mion was rolling on the floor, clutching her stomach while Reno flailed around, completely bewildered. I couldn't help but start laughing as well. Feeling just a bit guilty, I ruffled Rena's hair. Kidding. Sorry, it was a joke. That was my fault. She really is a cute one. Huh? A joke? Since when? About halfway through. Halfway? So, Kei-chan, that means you weren't acting when you blushed at the start? Huh? That means... It was only a momentary lapse, but there was no way Mion would let such a delectable detail slip by her. Well, you see, saying anything more was also a bad idea. In my bewildered state, I flipped further into an unfavorable position. After that, Mion continued to tease me about it for a while. So, why were you asking if I'm free tomorrow, Rena? Huh? Oh, what were we talking about? It had been so long that Rena had forgotten. That's how long Mion had teased me. It's just, Kei-chan, you probably can't find your way around Hinamizawa by yourself yet, can you? That was true. I hate to say it, but if you blindfolded me and spun me around 3 times like you were playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey, I wouldn't be able to tell up from down here. Yeah, I don't think I know how to get anywhere besides back and forth from school. Yes. So you see, tomorrow, we were thinking that Mi-chan and I could escort you through Hinamizawa and show you around. That would be a godsend. Frankly, I was happy about the offer. You'll come, of course, right? If I'm free. You're being invited by a girl, you know. If I'm free. You're probably free anyways. If I'm free. I was being stubborn so as not to give a clear yes or no. Even though I thought it was a godsend, I'm too much of a skip to say so up front. Keiichi-kun, you're not free, perhaps? Perhaps? While Mion and I had our rather sour back and forth, Rena peeked over at me hesitantly. Figuring I'd been a bit too rough on her, I just gave in. Sorry, forgive me. I apologize. I'm free. Great. The trepidation disappeared from Rena's face as it blossomed into a smile. Hey now, hey now. Seems like there's quite a difference between how cold you are to me compared to Rena, isn't there? It seems Mion didn't care for how rude I was to her compared to how quickly I agreed with Rena. But her being annoyed was very interesting. So I pushed Rena forward, speeding up our pace to leave Mion behind. Let's go, Rena. Maybe it should be just the two of us tomorrow. Leave grumpy old Mion behind. Huh? Whoa. If Keiichi-kun is okay with that, then I'm the only... I'm the one who came up with the idea to take him around. Don't ignore me, Keiichi Maebara. It'd be great if the two of us could go on a picnic together. Should we bring a basket, Rena? If we're bringing a basket, I'll make all the food. Maybe. Maybe. Don't you ignore me too, Rena. I'll tell everyone that you two disappeared into the hotel district together. Well then, I'm going home right now to start making it. Tomorrow is going to be so fun. Later, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan. Bye. Rena bounded off like she was walking on the moon. After the dust settled, all that was left was me standing next to Mion sprawled out on the ground. There was a welt on her face. Are you alright? That was... There was over 2 meters between you guys. Since you came, they've become sharper. This old geezer's body can't take it. Can't handle it. Maybe it'd be easier if you stopped saying stuff that makes Rena want to hit you. Or else this will end up being Mion's slapstick comedy hour. If that happened, the results might be fatal. Don't feel bad, Mion. You're probably the only one who can't dodge her jabs. It felt like it was her knee, though. Could it be that we were hanging around with an unrivaled martial arts master? Maybe someday we'll see her debut in an extreme contact sport. You can't lose to Rena. You need to train up and have a rematch. Kei-chan, you should... This old geezer will root for you. Mion and I reaffirmed our determination to discover a way to counter Rena's infallible technique. You know how received new tips. We're a mixed grade. We don't have a uniform. Confused. So, Rena, we're the same age? Yes, that's right. We're the same zodiac animal, too. Hey now, it would be weird for the same age, but not the same zodiac animal. That's not true. If your birthday isn't the same, then you can have different animals even if you're the same age. Huh? Oh, I see. Mion, you're pretty smart. What month were you born, by the way, Keiichi-kun? I'm July. Rena smirked and puffed up with pride. Hey now, what's the meaning of this? She's not planning to be all high and mighty if her birthday's a wee bit sooner than mine, is she? Heh, don't even. It's impossible to challenge me by birthday. I wouldn't even mind you if you bet $1 per month. Huh? Huh? Why? Why? Rena panicked at sudden being challenged to a wager. Given how panicked she is, I'm certain she doesn't have much allowance left this month. It's just setting her into a panic about something as simple as a birthday is so fun. I can't help myself. So that means you were born in April, Kei-chan? Right on. Too bad, Rena. I'm already far older than Rena. Oh, I see. Then you're the same age as me, Chan. Well, it's just a few months. That gap will open up again soon enough. Mion snickered through her nose. Hey now, that's not something to get all high and mighty about. As if I'm one to talk. Now that you mention it, you're in a higher grade, right, Mion? If you're into underclassmen, then I can be an underclassman from now on. Michan, you're not making any sense to me. Just by seeing Rena's blushing face, you could tell she knew exactly what she meant by it, though. Then Satoko and Rika-chan are underclassmen. Their grade is so different that they should be in a different school, shouldn't they? Keiichi-kun, your tastes are a bit too young, I think. You're not making any sense yourself, Rena. I'll just grab onto her head and scruff it up a bit. Stop it. I wondered about it before, yeah. I was wondering why this school has different school years all mixed up. There aren't enough classrooms. Can't help it. This building is being rented from the forestry services after all. When she says it like that, it makes sense. I've thought of I've thought our school was strange for a while now. The schoolyard is gravel. There are rooms that aren't for classes, and there's some strange sort of construction machinery parked here. Why is it being borrowed? What happened to the real school? There was one here forever from before the war. It got dilapidated. They closed it down. It probably was a grand old schoolhouse. Well, because of that, the students wouldn't have to attend the school in the city. That's pretty far, though, you know? Which school would that be? Did you know there's a school if you pass by the Okinomiya train station? Turn out the hospital and head towards the pediatrics department? What? So far? I couldn't tell where that was by the location, but I understood it was pretty far from Rena's reaction. Well, that's why. The guys that didn't want to commute to Okinomiya rented out the building from the forestry services and are attending the pseudo schoolhouse here. About half the children in Hinamizawa go here. There are quite a lot of kids that come here on bike. Well, since they're attending this really messed up school, it must be pretty hard for them to get into higher education. That's not true, Mii-chan. If you study properly, you can go anywhere you want. Yeah, that's right. I totally agree with Rena on this one. Yeah, that's right. Let's try our best. All of you, try your best. This old man will be rooting for you. Not just us, you too. You should be preparing for exams, shouldn't you? Your future is bleak with grades like this. Fine, just fine. If I get stuck, then I'll just mooch off Kei-chan as he works forever. What do you mean by work forever? What do you mean? Hey, you're too loud. Be quiet during self-study. The teacher yelled at all three of us. It was completely our fault. Satoko stopped and chortled hotly. I stuck out my tongue at her in response. It is just as Mion says. This school has nothing to do with higher education. But it makes up for that by having lots of valuable things other schools don't. It's only June, but it's already so hot. I could hear the Higurashi outside chirping, me. And at night there are mosquitoes. It might as well be summer already. My only salvation was the mornings were still cool. Summer, I do declare. Satoko's flapping her skirt languidly. The fuck's a languidly? That's pretty unladylike there. Even if she was a little brat, she still was a girl. Keiichi does seem quite cool with just a single button-up shirt. I'm so jealous. From how I see things, the skirt you're wearing looks like it would be much cooler. A girl like you just wouldn't understand wearing jeans during this season how steamy the crotch gets. It gets steamy? Oh. This girl has gone imagining something indecent. Rena's summer clothes have a nice refreshing color. I feel cooler just looking at them. Thank you. They really do feel pretty cool. I do wish my summer clothes were as breezy as Rena's. But Satoko-chan, your summer clothes are so cute, being a one piece and all. I'd like to wear your summer clothes. This is actually quite stuffy, you know. I do believe what you're wearing would feel much cooler. But it would be much more fun with cute clothes. How? I had a feeling that Rena and Satoka's base values were fundamentally different. Speaking of which, our school doesn't have a uniform. Yeah, it doesn't. As long as they're proper, then regular clothes are fine. There are quite a few students in regular clothes. There were a few wearing uniforms, but they were all the same design and rather plain. What's the uniform they're all wearing? They're all the same. That's the city school's uniform. It's not like there's a rule, but they're all wearing them. Speaking of which, everybody in our group is wearing a different uniform, aren't we? Did you go out of your way to get them from somewhere? Why, yes. Mian-san supplied them. Mi-chan's relative runs a second-hand clothing store. They can get school clothes from all over the country for cheap, they say. So you ask those relatives to get a bunch of unique school uniforms then. That Mian. She probably loves using her friends as dress-up dolls. That must be a strange second-hand clothing store. I get that it's a second-hand clothing store, but to stocking clothes from schools all over the country? That's pretty strange for a second-hand clothing store. What's the point in stocking out clothes from faraway schools they know nothing about? Yeah, I think so too. They also have used school swimsuits and PE uniforms. I don't like the idea of having used ones. Doesn't sound like that shop makes much money. They probably have Mion pitch in and help so they can make a bit more. But Mion says it'll be a big hit and become a great store with such conviction. A secondhand clothing store that stocks schools uniforms will be a big hit? I don't get it. Interesting. Definitely want to save. Continuing on. I took it a little too easy on the morning of my day off. I was totally late. Today was the day Rena and Mion were going to show me around Hinamizawa. Rena and Mion were already waiting at the meeting place. Kei-chan, you're late. So sorry. That show I was watching last night was really interesting. Blame that. Oh, so that's your excuse for being late and keeping two girls waiting? Mia-chan, you just got here yourself. Last night's episode of A Day in the Life of was interesting, wasn't it? She was just as guilty as me. Rena was carrying a pretty heavy-looking handbag. What is that? Mion answered my unspoken question with a wink. That's right. Rena really did make a picnic. Kei-chan, after you left, Rena pulled out all the stops. It's not like I forced her to do it. It was nothing, so don't worry about it, okay? She's been like this since last night, you know. Can you take responsibility for this? Alright. I am a man after all. I'll take responsibility. Huh? Responsibility? For what? For what? As we both turned around slowly to look at Rena, our gazes drifted downward to the massive handbag she was carrying. It didn't seem logically feasible that it would be entirely filled with lunchboxes. Except, this is Rena we're talking about here. About 2 kilos, I guess? When Rena was picking it up, I could see she was struggling a bit. I say 5. You're exaggerating. Keiichi-kun is a boy after all. I thought he could probably eat a lot, so I made a lot, okay? Let's get going. Hee-ho. Just from the way she was lifting it up, I couldn't believe the only things in there were lunch boxes. Correction, I say 5 kilos too. I'll help out, but all of it needs to be eaten. I won't forgive you if you make Rena sad, got it? The only thing I could do at the moment was exercise a bit to make myself hungrier. Having finished with the pleasantries, we began our leisurely stroll. A carefree walk, bathed in the gentle morning sunlight. I couldn't have even imagined something so wholesome existed during my time in the city. These were the boonies, after all. No slovenly desk jockeys trudging to work on the weekends out here. It was a really nice place, peaceful and quiet. As sparsely populated as the village was, you could still run into people just by walking around. Ah, good day. Good day. Oh, you would be Mayabara-kun, I believe? My two companions exchanged greetings with everybody we ran across. All these passerbys even knew my name. When did I become this famous? We passed through people, and when all three of them knew me, I started to feel a bit paranoid. It's just a bit sad to say. Everyone knows everyone since there are so few people here in Hinamizawa. So that means when an unfamiliar face walks by, they'll automatically assume it's that Maibara fellow who just moved here. Yeah, that's how it works out. It was a process of elimination you could only pull off in a place like this, but it's quite effective. From now on, I'd better make sure to maintain a good reputation. The day I'm discovered accidentally gawking at a dirty magazine in the bookstore, I expect all the villagers labeling me as Lech by the next day. As a Lech, yeah, okay, I read that right. I think. Hinamizawa is not to be trifled with. That's not the end of this nightmare. Of course I know them. The first person we met was the old man Takizo from the Maikino bike shop. His hobbies are bonsai and playing the flute. Next, we met the grocer's second son, Daisuke-kun. His hobby is sharpshooting, and he hopes to be an ace sniper in the future. And the person we just met was Miyo-san, the nurse from the clinic. Her hobbies are bird watching and photography. You know the names of everyone who passed by, and even their profiles. Seeing my surprise, Miyo and Rena exchanged looks and burst into laughter. Well, yeah, we're not like the city where people hardly know their neighbors. Then let's try it out. You there, who am I? You're Keiichi Maibara. You say some mean things, but you're actually a kind, shy person. It's been 3 weeks since you transferred here. Your hobby is taking afternoon naps. Lately, you switched over to wearing boxers. Didn't you? That's enough, that's enough. But boxers? Enough of that. Apparently there's absolutely nothing you can keep hidden here. Hinamizawa Awaza. I think that might be a typo. Was not a place to be trifled with. This feels more like you guys are showing me off rather than showing me around. That's right. We're parading around like this after all. Don't you all think so too? That Kei-chan is frightening right here in Hinamizawa. The population in Hinamizawa is shrinking, so the villagers welcome anybody who's new here. I thought about brushing it off with something to the effect of, "You're kidding me," but I held it back. Had I ever greeted someone who just moved into the city like this before? Thinking about that made me believe what they said wasn't a joke at all. We passed another person. Of course, we were all called out to again the same way. Oh my, good day. It's wonderful seeing you getting along. The lady here is Fujishima-san. Good day. Oh my Maibara-kun, how wonderful for you having a lovely girl on each arm. How are you? Getting used to life here? Instead of regurgitating a prepared response like I would have in the city, I responded with an emphatic nod. The old woman chuckled, voicing her appreciation of how energetic I was. Good. As I looked back over to Rena and Mion, they gave me a wink. So now then, how about time to have lunch, maybe? Maybe? Ugh. Rena's brilliant smile signaled the approach of an event that both Mion and I were trying to forget. We both looked at each other. I'm a man. I'll do what I can. But it's just too much. It's fine, Kei-chan. Leave this to the old man. Mion has never seemed as reliable as she does right now. I expect no less from the class representative. Rena, if we're going to eat, we might as well go somewhere with a good view. Oh, yes. Good idea. I agree. Rena nodded her head happily in response to Mion's proposal. Crossing the top of a stone stairway, a shrine drawn straight out of my imagination appeared before us. It had worn down a bit through the years, but the fallen leaves had been swept up, giving it a tidy feeling. This here is Furude Shrine. It's probably the place with the best view around. This place, be sure to remember it. On our next break, a festival will be held here. Isn't it a bit too early in the season for a festival? The Watanagashi isn't a summer festival. Long ago, it used to be a celebration of the end of winter. I was embarrassed for assuming that festivals had to be held in the summer. Now then, spread out the lunchboxes, and there. Various colored lunchboxes were placed out one after another on top of the plastic sheet. Why did I doubt myself? It sure did smell delicious. It was Rena's home cooking. It went without saying that it would be delicious. But is it even possible to finish all of this? Hey, Mion, it'll take more than just a good view to get this all down, you know? Good afternoon. It was Rika-chan and Satoko. Why are they here? Mion grinned over at me. I see. This was your secret plan. To power in numbers. You have my thanks, Mion. Following up when all the pieces are in place is my specialty. We just had to come since there was such a commotion. What is the meaning of this? Take a look. It's time for lunch. Buffet style. A handmade gourmet meal by Rena. I can see that much. Why have you laid out a tarp on our property? The temple is public grounds. It's not yours. Keiichi is right. This is everyone's property. Wow, Rika-chan is such a good girl. Have a seat. Eat with us. After opening a spot for Rika-chan, I promptly turned my back on Satoko. Hold on 1 second. Where's my spot? No spot for you and nothing for you to eat. Don't worry, there's some for you too. None. I'll eat all of hers. I will not allow that. Rika! Here, chopsticks. Both Satoko and I leap at the boxes, having it out with each other. Man, really? Keiichi-han, you're really good at leading people on. You might have a talent for this. Have a plate. One for Meat-san and Rika-chan too. Rena wiped out pairs of chopsticks and paper plates. If we don't hurry, it'll all be eaten up. That's right, okay. Shall we commence the battle? Please eat a lot. There's enough for everyone, Rena said as she opened up a thermos. Just then, I realized that this lunch was made under the assumption that 5 people would be eating. It didn't change how much there was, but the implication behind it was different. I will not allow you to have this hamburger. Using your elbow is against the rules, Satoko. Grabbing the back of my collar is also against the rules. It was a tough battle. Blocking with her full momentum and an elbow in the opening moves, Satoko appeared to have the upper hand, but the difference in our proficiency with chopsticks proved to be fatal and gave me the upper hand. The last meatball! Satoko Hojo has been bested. Satoko and I amiably began choking at the same time, falling backwards and spasming. Rika-chan patted me on the head to clear it, even though it was actually stuck on my throat. Something that made Rena blush and breathe heavily in excitement. It was almost like flowers were floating all around her. Mion advised Rennet to refrain from saying anything that could get her locked up. This is how our meals usually go. I do anything in my power, just so things could stay like this. The tense battle calmed, and finally everyone reached a point where they would begin talking. They could begin talking. Receiving tea from the thermos, I let out a small sigh. I do wonder why there are so few words in Japanese to praise how something tastes. Isn't it because the idea of togetherness during a meal didn't begin until the modern era? It seems that, long ago, people ate in silence. It must have made the people preparing the food a bit sad, don't you think? It's probably because back then the people were busy even while eating and didn't have the time to compliment the flavor. That's just you. But, just hearing that it's good makes me happy. That my effort was worth it, I mean. She blushed a little as she said that. It was delicious. With absolutely perfect timing, Rika-chan struck Rena directly, with praise. She looked straight at her with an expression of bewitching innocence. How? After Rena uttered an unintelligible noise, a ring of smoke rose from her head with an audible poof. How? Rika-chan, I'm gonna take you home. No, I mean, thank you. It was really delicious. Rena flushed red with excitement, embracing Rika-chan and rubbing her cheek against her so hard you could almost hear it. To reward Rika-chan for her praise, ta-da! These are special. 2 apple rabbits. After sticking toothpicks into them, she thrust them toward Rika-chan. After Rika-chan accepted them, the mood suddenly shifted in a bizarre way. What is it, Satoko? What's with that defiant look? Has everyone prepared proper praise to receive apples from Rena-chan? Rena-san? Don't push yourself. What kind of praise can you think up with your weak vocab? Oh, well then, allow me to show you. After Satoko flashed me on with, and me, a defiant look, she changed the tone of her voice suddenly. Hey. So, Rena Oni-chan's lunch? Satoko thought it was yummy too. Satoko looked up at her poutily while talking cutesy. What? How is that praise? That's not even persuasion by tears. That's persuasion by cuteness, isn't it? This is a Rena limited special skill. She blushed and her head spun, waving around in circles. Don't fall for it, Rena. How? Of course, I was asking for the impossible. Rena glopped Satoko and began rubbing her cheek against her. Cute. Satoko is so cute. Take you home. How? Swish. Stab. Push. Satoko was also presented with apple rabbits. After stuffing them into her mouth, she looked over at Mion and me again with that defiant gaze. It only took 5 seconds to take down Rena. That's unfair, to think she had such a trick. If it upsets you so much, why not reward to Rena-san with some praise? Damn it! That was a dirty trick. First of all, that wasn't even praise. Satoko, you think you've won with that, don't you? How about I show you guys something much better than your superficial gimmicks? That sounds great, Mion. What kind of trick is it? Keiton is going to be the one who does it. What? Oh, why don't I have you show me then? The writhing of an old maid. The plan of attack she suggested was wicked, but it was the only thing we had to beat Satoko. After sipping my tea, I started talking, very naturally and calmly. Perfectly. It really is good, isn't it? This is all freshly made, right? No. Actually, most of it, almost all of it was frozen stuff. Then which ones did you make fresh? Well, it's embarrassing. Do I really have to say it? Must I? From the synergy of boy plus handmade lunchbox, her expression had melted into euphoria. I already know. This one, right? Huh? Uh-huh? Uh. Rena turned an even deeper shade of red, the words "I can't believe it" practically written on her face. How can you tell? How that I made it? Of course, Leon had told me beforehand. It's been perfect so far. After acting like I was shy, I waited a beat. Next would be the finisher. It had your smell. Silence enveloped the area. Rena, face still completely red, froze solid. With a small yelp, Satoko also blushed. Of course, I did too. I sure would like to try one of Rena's handmade apple rabbits or something. Even if this was all because I was competing against Satoko, it felt like I had crossed the line by a good 9 yards, I think. Then, at that moment, whoosh! It was a Tupperware container filled with rabbits. Please eat some, Keiichi-kun. There's plenty for you. What? Instantly, dozens of apples were shoved into my mouth, knocking me over. Okay, say Keiichi-kun. My head was forcibly laid upon her lap, and even more apples were shoved into my mouth. While she was squealing, one apple after another was forced into my mouth. More and more apples. How about them apples? Looks like we win. Kei-chan, that was a beautiful sacrifice. How's that, Satoko? This is our complete victory, isn't it? I can't believe it. Such trickery. It doesn't bother me at all. Satoko ground her teeth, mortified. We did it. I claimed victory as my consciousness drifted slowly away from me. Apple-induced coma. At that time, Rena stopped her squealing as she suddenly realized something. Rika-chan, you're not eating it? Did the salt water make it too strong? Maybe? Maybe? Looking over, Rika-chan had pulled the toothpick out of the apple rabbit, placed it into her cupped hands, and seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Poor Mr. Rabbit. I feel sorry for him. I want to save him. Tweet. That was the sound of blood splurting from Rena's nose. Cute. Tonight I will take you home. She shook sporadically, her head wobbling back and forth. Then, coming back to her senses, she took all of the apples around me, gathered them up with a whip, and fixed them back up onto a plate. Now they're all just fine, Kay. Here, I'll give them to you, Rika-chan. Kay? Rika-chan raised up Satoka's hand like a referee after having that plate of rabbits shoved to her. She whispered, "This is our victory." What? What? A comeback? Hi, here's one. I just don't care anymore. I would not have guessed that's what that was supposed to be. Thus, my sacrifice ended up being in vain. Amazing. It was a fun-filled, crazy day. But as soon as the sun began to set, the end of the day really did come quickly. Later, Rena and Kei-chan, see you tomorrow. Thanks for today, Mion. I had a great time. See you tomorrow. Satoko and Rika-chan went home as well. We parted ways with Mion, and then ended up with just Rena and myself enjoying the evening air on our way home. Thanks for coming today, Keiichi-kun. Was it fun? Yeah, lots of fun. Almost feels like a waste to go home now. Oh, hello, Infinity Yen. What visual novels have I played? Higurashi, what I'm currently playing, is technically my first proper visual novel, but I have played like plenty of games with visual novel elements. Like I play Neptune on stream. I've played 3 of the Danganronpa games. Um, Also, the mobile games that I regularly play on my phone are like mostly rhythm games, but they do have visual novel elements. But I would say, yeah, Higurashi is the first proper visual novel that I've played. It's definitely choice for first visual novel. But I hope you're enjoying the stream. I don't remember where I left off. Ah, then, well, would you mind taking a little detour maybe? Maybe? Kana? A detour. Is it far? It's a bit of a walk, but it won't take long. Since we have been walking around all day, I must have seemed a bit tired. Not feeling like teasing Rena, I quietly nodded. Is this a blind playthrough or have you seen the anime or something before? I have watched the entire original anime and I have watched about half of the new one, so not going into this blind. So I do kind of know what to expect, though I do know some of my viewers are kind of new to this, so apologize to the viewers here that are going into this completely blind. uh, Traversing a small path and up a small hill, the land suddenly stretched out before us. There, what looked like the remains of a dilapidated construction site came into view. A large heap of garbage spread out off towards the swamp. Probably illegal dumping. I recalled it being in the newspaper. Oh, that was poorly delivered. It's been quite a while. I wonder what's here. I wonder what's here. When you say it's been a while, you mean the business you had here was with this garbage pile? It's not garbage. To me, it's a pile of treasure. Rena had already entered that well-known cute mode of hers. So that means there was something cute here? Whoa, a new pile. I can't wait. I can't wait. She bounded up the unstable slope. I'd expect no less from a born and bred country girl. Hey, wait, I'm coming. Whoa. My city race self was completely pitiful. It's alright. Just stay right there, Keiichi-kun. It won't take long. Rena kindly... Yeah, I got this. Rena kindly declined my accompaniment. Don't fall. Watch your step. I'm fine, I'm fine. This is nothing at all. Literally bounding up the heap of trash, Rena disappeared over the other side. I didn't like being left behind, but I was still pretty tired from the whole day, so I ended up waiting. Without the lively Rena around, the surrounding area quickly fell into silence. The cry of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. Fairly exhausted, I began to feel a little sleepy. Just then, the sudden noise of scattering pebbles alerted me to somebody's presence. Startled, I turned around. Standing there was a typical-looking photographer. He spied over at me through his camera. Is he a typical-looking photographer? I don't think most photographers look like that. Saying that as someone that has done photography, I don't think your typical photographer looks like that, sweetie. His body was tanned and fit, but something about him seemed unreliable. And he had a bit of an aloof air about him. Well, it didn't seem like he was a bad guy in any case. Whoa, you surprised me. Although startled when I turned around, he overplayed his reaction. He looks just like me. I'm not sure about that one, Catman. Maybe in your dreams. That was my line. I'm the one who's surprised here. Minus the camera and the muscles. I don't think I've ever seen you wear anything like that either. Since when do you wear hats? My bad, my bad. I didn't mean to startle you. Are you from Hinamizawa? When I go shooting? Okay, you got me there. I haven't seen you go shooting. I gathered that he wasn't from that question. Unfazed by my suspicious Why did I struggle with that? Unfazed by my suspicious outlook, he introduced himself without my prompting. Which has been a really long time, so meh. That's fair. I'm Tomitake, freelance photographer. I come to Hinamizawa from time to time. I didn't ask who you were. Quite rude to photograph? Quite rude to photograph someone without consent, one would think. If you're going to play another visual novel after this, I would check out Umineko. It's made by the same guy who made Higurashi. I've definitely heard about Umineko. I just kind of frequently forget about it. But yeah, I should definitely give it a shot. I've heard that's supposed to be good too. My bad, my bad. I mainly photograph wild birds. Why am I struggling to just say photograph? Freaking hell. They can't refuse, you see. So what? You're saying I'm the same as the birds? No. Well, you see, that image of a young man in the twilight was just picturesque. I apologize for trying to take your photo without asking. Adults are pretty slick. All that annoyance I felt for being startled just flew away as he buttered me up. Uh, mm. I had no intention of hanging around with this guy trying to get cozy with me, except it didn't seem like Rena would be back soon. But this older guy, Tomitake-san, he didn't mind my cautious responses and continued rambling on by himself. Keiichi-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finished now. Rena popped her head out from one of the lower piles of garbage and waved her hand. You have someone with you? What would she be doing over there? That's what I wanted to know. Dunno. Maybe she's just checking on that dismembered corpse that was out here long ago. Tomitake-san looked shaken up by that for a moment. Oh, I respond like I would have if I were talking to Rena and the others. It was quite a disturbing incident. They still haven't found one of the arms. Keiichi-kun, sorry to keep you. Do I have a favorite anime? Ooh, I like a lot of anime, so it was really hard to pick just one favorite. But I can say for sure that my current favorite is Vanitas no Kart, or otherwise, the case studies of Vanitas. But that is very like fresh in my mind, and I am behind on other anime that I do like. But I would have to say, yeah, Vanitas is my current favorite. You're waiting a while, I guess. I'd best leave you two lovebirds alone. Again, my apologize. My apologize. Why am I reading? What am I reading? Again, my apologies for startling you, Keiichi-kun. Vanitas is good taste. Tomitake-san trolled suggestively, then disappeared into the twilight. Missing my chance to retort put me off a bit. I've heard of that one, haven't tried it though. It's a mystery, right? I I think so. I don't really know what Vanitas technically counts as, other than good. I'm not really one that normally does actually pay attention to genres very much when I consume media, which I probably should stop that habit of mine. But it's good. If you've heard of Pandora Hearts or have like consumed Pandora Hearts, that's the same like mangaka as Vanitas as well, and they're like the same kind of genre. If that helps explain at all, probably not. Keiichi-kun, are you angry? I call it a mystery, but it's pretty actioning, not exactly a noir. A noir? I'm not that familiar with mystery terms. Whoops. Why, I wonder? I wonder? It wasn't Rana's fault, so I decided to just brush it off for now. How was it? Find a treasure trove? Oh, yes. So listen. You see, there was a Colonel Sanders doll. A Colonel Sanders doll? Oh, that thing. The statues they always have out in front of that fried chicken place. That life-size dummy? Yes, Colonel Sanders. Oh, cute. I want to take it home. I couldn't tell how she decides what's cute or not, but, well, she seems to want it. So it's mystery horror stuff your favorite genre? I guess you could say that, yeah, huh? Colonel Sanders, like the KFC guy? Yes, like the KFC guy. 100% the KFC guy. It's garbage, right? No one would care if you just take it home, right? It's become the base of another pile. Colonel is pronounced colonel for your information. Perhaps. And I have known this, but will I not pronounce it as colonel anyways? No. I refuse to pronounce it as colonel. You can't force me. You can't change my ways. I can't dig it out easily. There's no lamppost over there, so it'll get dark pretty soon. Nana seemed quite down about finding good treasure and not being able to bring it back. I'll help you out, to repay you for that delicious picnic you prepared today. Oh, thank you. Birds heading home to roost proclaimed that nightfall would soon be upon us. Pronounce it differently every time, I dare you? Oh, I would love to, but that requires me to remember that it is supposed to be pronounced colonel every time. Or at least every other time. That's not gonna happen. Keiichi-kun's going to help. I can take Colonel Sanders home. Oh. Greta staggered along as if intoxicated in her dreamy state of mind. I tried to asking her in a way that wouldn't take her out of her cheery state. Hey, Rena. Long ago, did something happen here? Seems like they were building a dam here. I don't know the details, though. Oh. Just wondering if you knew about, an accident or something. Now I want some chicken that's Kentucky fried. You should get their veggie nuggies. I don't know. Her tone was disturbing, Frank. It sounded more like a denial than an answer. It must have appeared rather than dumbstruck. Oh. I must have appeared rather dumbstruck. I am really struggling with the reading today. I'm partial to Louisiana hot. Honestly, I don't know why when I first was reading that over before actually saying it, I read partial as parfait. Maybe this is why I'm struggling to read the visual novel. My brain just does not work. God, do they even still use that jingle? Maybe, I don't know. I'm a fan of General So too. I don't know what that one is. Rana quickly lightened her expression. Actually, I didn't live here until a year ago. Huh? You transferred here too? I was sure that... So you see, I don't really know much from before that. Sorry. Don't really know. Don't want to talk about it. That was the kind of feeling she gave me. Thinking about it, of course it would be like that. This wasn't the type of thing girls would enjoy talking about. It was quite a disturbing incident. It seems like they haven't been able to find one of the arms. If it's just like Tomitalk. I'll get there eventually. If it's just like Tomitaki-san said, then I had a feeling only the Higurashi would know. I love the stars in the end of all her sentences. Yes. It's quite cute. You received new tips. The Maibara Mansion. The Damn Site Murder Dismemberment Newspaper Edition. Oh boy. So, Kei-chan, you're not stinking rich? What's this all of a sudden? Did I come to school in a limo before? How much do you get for a monthly allowance? About $10. My, that's a rather plebeian amount. His lunch is made up of normal stuff. He isn't rich. What are they talking about? To be asked out of nowhere how much I get and then told that's a plebeian amount? Sorry. Rena seemed to pick up on my dubious expression and started giggling. Kei-chan, your house, it's pretty big, yeah? General Tso's chicken is a Chinese dish with origins in American Chinese restaurants. It's named for a famous general from the Qing dynasty and has literally nothing to do with him. Excellent. So the architecture has people all around Hinamizawa calling it the Maibara Manor, and it sort of stands out. The Maibara Manor? Since the house is so big, everyone is gossiping, wondering exactly how rich you are. I see. Now I get it. Oh, thank you so much for the follower, Infinity Yen. Appreciate it. Well, the frame of it is huge. I could see how it could cause some misunderstandings. From my deduction, I wager they spent too much money on building the house, and that is why they are now broke. Being broke, how very, very unfortunate. Riga-chan took pity on me as she patted my head. I go from being treated like a millionaire to a beggar. Yeah, sorry for ruining your imagination, but you aren't millionaires or poor. We're the image of a normal, average household. You can't call it normal with that huge house. The entranceway is all grand and the gate is large enough for a large truck to get through. That's not normal at all. They do say the bigger your house, the more prosperous you are. The reason the house is so big is because Dad's studio's in it too. There are a bunch of different workshops and lots of his works are hung up in different places. All of them are huge too. For those reasons, the family actually uses only a third of the house for day-to-day living. He planned it out so people and cars could come in to see the gallery he opens up in the house someday. By the way, the entranceway Mion is talking about is the one for the studio, and is normally sealed off. The entranceway the Maibara family actually uses is very plain and simple. The interior is much different from how it looks on the outside. I'd really like a chance to explore Kei-chan's house, claiming not to be rich, but having a home like that. What could be hidden there? Maybe there's something cute hidden. Oh. Are you watching any of the new anime this season? Maybe. I don't really know what's coming out this season. Maybe I'll start watching Spy Family. I think that's the only one that I know for sure that's already started. There's the Executioner one too that I've heard of. Maybe that as well. I'm not sure. I have a bunch of other anime to catch up on. Ironically, counting Higurashi too. We'll see though. I'm kind of out of touch with what's coming out seasonally now. Even though I used to be really on top of that shit. They probably have no money to purchase furniture, so it's filled with Spartan rooms. What's that supposed to mean? If there are carpeted rooms, I would love to try rolling around on the floor. Wow, that'd be great. So great. I want to roll around too. Seems like their imaginations were just piling on. Well, Sometime in the near future. It wouldn't be too bad to invite them all to my house. Dad is a sucker for the ladies, so he might even let them look around his studio. The cry of Higurashi crescendoed as the sky towered over everything. It was hot, but the air was clear. It smelled like the beginning of summer. Newspaper. From the June XX 1979 edition. The Shishibone City Okinomiya Police Station, June XX, late at night. Suspects were arrested on suspicion of murder and improper disposal of a corpse. The main offender has been added to wanted list nationwide. According to our sources, the 6 suspects were at the Hinomizawa dam construction site workroom at 9 p.m., where they are suspected to have assaulted and murdered the site overseer as a group, dismembering his body and hiding it. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a report was filed by the Shishibone City Hospital in which a male suspect alluded to having murdered Mr. When questioned at the time police station... What? How did I... When questioned at the police station, the individual confessed to the crime. Since a portion of the body was covered at the location he gave, he was arrested that afternoon on suspicion of murder and mutilation of a corpse. The rest of the suspects were arrested the same day, but the main culprit is still at large. Police are currently on his trail. The motive is purported to be a drunken verbal dispute during which he killed the victim in a fit of anger. However, as there are multiple inconsistencies with their testimonies, the investigation is ongoing. Freaking hell. I'm so good at the reads, guys. You definitely want to save again. Let's save here. A Colonel Sanders? Ah, of course that's right up her alley. I understand her wanting to take home Satoko and Rika-chan, but I can't understand the Colonel Sanders. What's so good about that four-eyed geezer? Probably better to hear it from Mena, don't you think? She'll probably just say, because it's so cute, though. Does Rena often go to the construction site to hunt for treasure? Every now and again, she says she's going to have a look. But a girl her age rummaging around in the garbage is, well... If Rena enjoys this, then I think it's fine. Struggling. What were they doing over there? Dam construction? It had been bugging me since yesterday, like an itch I couldn't scratch. It was cancelled a long time ago. Everyone gathered together and fought against it. Hearing an ominous word like fought came from Rika-chan's mouth startled me. That's right. It was unbelievable. They said Hinamizawa would be sunk into the reservoir and we had no say in the matter. So I'm only able to be here because the protest succeeded. I'm sorry. I didn't keep you, did I? My deepest apologies, Keiichi-san. It took me a while to powder my nose. Satoko? Wait to use the can until you really have to go. It's a lot easier since it shoots right out. How dare you speak that way to a maiden of unparalleled beauty such as myself? Who was she calling a maiden? If Satoko really was a maiden, she wouldn't have reacted like that. The usual hijinks ensued. Now then, gentlemen, in accordance with the rules of our society, I bring a point to discussion. He, Keiichi Maibara-kun, wishes to be included as a member in activities. What say you? Rena has no objection. Oh, I wonder if the likes of this peasant is up to the task. Me and Satoko both approve. The three that Mion had queried voiced their approval. Wow. A unanimous decision. Congratulations, Keiichi Maibara-kun. I present you the honor of being allowed to take the entrance exam for our club. Start from the beginning. I didn't say I would join. What club is this? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities under different sets of rules. Sometimes they are in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I'd prefer if you didn't single me out. Let's try to get along. You're so naive, Rena. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. This is starting to sound a bit sketchy. So what kind of club was it? To sum it up, it's a club where we play games together. Rika-chan was the only one to answer my question with a pertinent response. So basically, this club put Mion's hobby of collecting games to use by playing the various games that Mion had hoarded every day. It seemed that, depending on the day, there were prizes for the winner or a penalty for the person who finished in last place. I'll make this clear right now. We aren't playing house here. You should treat each other, win or loss, as if your life depends on it. Alright? What's wrong with just having fun? Don't make it sound so crazy. The first rule of our society, aim only for first place. Going at it half-assed just because it's a game is not allowed. Rule number 2 of our society. For that reason, you are obligated to make all possible efforts. The way Satoko said it, it sounded like she was saying, use any means necessary. Of course, I'll do my best too. I'm pretty weak, but I'm trying my best. I knew what they were trying to say. In a game where everybody is aiming for the top, it's rather unsportsmanlike to just play for fun. Alright, then I too will go all out. With that, I was finally ready for the rite of initiation, my baptism into the club. A word of warning, Kei-chan. Rena can get pretty nasty. The initiation looks like it's going to be rough. Mion began fishing. Mion began fishing around the student lockers in the back of the room. They have the games here at the school? Well, it's club equipment, so I guess that's fine. Complicated games will put Kei-chan at a disadvantage. So today, we'll play a game that you should be familiar with. How about a standard card game, like Old Bachelor? Fishing! Welcome, Hifumi-chu. How is you? What is Old Bachelor? I haven't heard of that card game before. Alright, let's do this. Can't really get into it unless there's a penalty. I'm glad to hear you're good. Very good. This time the loser will be sentenced to having their face drawn on. What do you think? Whoa. It won't be oil-based paint, right? We only had 4 people, so we played Phasmophobia. Amazing. Right? Oil-based face painting with oil-based paint? That is perfect! Satoko cheered the idea on. She didn't even flinch at the thought of such a severe penalty. It seemed like she was raring to go. If it's going to be like this, then I can't lose either. Then I'll just cut the deck and start dealing. Old Bachelor is pretty much the same as Old Maid. There's only one difference. There's no Joker. In its place, one card is pulled out at the start, meaning there will be one card without a match left over at the end. You don't know which card will end up being the Joker. It's a pretty thrilling game. I'll take out the card now. Rena took out one card and left it face down on the table. Everybody stared at the card intently. Wow, I can read so well. Well, it'll be pretty obvious in the end game. No way to tell at the start. But the rest of them were very serious. They didn't seem as relaxed as I was. They compared their cards to the one face down, while all gauging each other's reactions. It was as if they could see what the face down card was. I like how the game explained what Old Bachelor was before I could Google it and explain it myself. Yeah. No, it couldn't be. This deck is pretty worn out. No way. Can everyone tell by the scratches what the card on the table is? Remember the second rule of our society. Keiichi-san must try his hardest to win as well. A number of cards are quite unique. Keiichi-kun should be able to remember them pretty quickly. She said that so matter-of-factly. Suits me fine. Don't think a little thing like that can be your crutch. I lashed out angrily, but it was rather obvious I was at a disadvantage. After all, they'd gone so far as to memorize the wear and tear for each individual card. This wasn't a simple game of Old Bachelor. If this was a test, then they were simply playing with the answer sheet in front of them. Bring it. I'll take advantage of your carelessness and beat you at your own game. That bachelor's confidence would soon be crushed. How about I tell you your hand starting from the right? 3, 4, 9, Jack, Queen. Wah! By the way, the Bachelor is the Jack of Diamonds. I can tell what they are even if you switch them around. I'm out. I thought I was prepared, but for it to be this brutal, just overwhelming. Demons. You're all demons. Rena isn't a demon, are you? Sorry, Keiichi-kun. This is the 3 of hearts, isn't it? I'm out. Wah! Not even a hint of mercy. Rena, even Rika-chan. These club activities weren't to be trifled with. An alumnus of this club would definitely survive in the cruelest of situations. If our entire class had self-detonating collars strapped to their nets and were dropped into a death match on a deserted island, these guys would probably take it to the fish to water. Take to it like fish to... okay. Okay, I've read it right. I just had the metaphor go right over my head. Got it. Fishy fish. I can already picture their joy as they hunt down each of their classmates. It was the lowest point system. The order itself dictates the points. Whoever had the lowest point total wins. Since Keiichi finished last, he has 5 points. There's already a 5 marked down on my scoreboard. I think that's unfair to Keiichi-kun if we don't use the new deck. It's fine. Keiichi-chan is a man after all. He can just turn the tables even if the odds are stacked against him, right? It's a fitting for a lowly peasant to scamper home and soak their pillow in tears, don't you think? A petite hand laid itself on top of my head, which was trembling from uncontainable frustration. It was Rika-chan's. Keep on fighting, yeah? Thanks to Rika-chan's words of encouragement, I was able to calm down. You need to be calm, especially when you're cornered. That's the power I can muster during this crisis. Think clearly, Keiichi Maibara. Take your time and look at the cards carefully. It's just as Rena said, each card has its own distinct markings that made them stand out. Memorizing them should be pretty simple. Think about what you can do in this situation. Try everything in your power to improve your chances of victory. Whoa, great Keiichi-kun, just like that. I cover the uniquely marked cards with my hands or other cards, arranging them in such a way that they couldn't be seen. The one with the ripped corner should be the 5. And I'm out. I couldn't let any of those precious hints slip by me. All information is a weapon. Then it was my turn. Satoko fanned out her cards for me. You see, I want the 7. Is it this one? I wonder about that. You won't know unless you take it. There was a bit of dismay in her expression. Like she doesn't want it taken, that kind of expression. I won't let the momentary lapse slip by me. I know. It's this one. Got it. 7 of spades. A cheer of ooh rang out. What is this? The 7 should be the hardest one of all to tell apart. Rikan you. It wasn't from the memorizing the markings. Those slight changes in their expressions as I was selecting a card were enough. Can't hide it from you, Kei-chan. This mark means it's the two of diamonds. What? She was startled by her own misread. Of course everyone else was too. Whoa, it's rare that Mi-chan gets a card wrong. No. Kei-chan, could it be you? They told them apart by different marks. That mark was a nail scratch. So I put a new one on it. Are you saying he disguised it as the two of diamonds? What an impressive show of wits. Keiichi landed a clean hit. Clap, clap, clap. That's great, Keiichi-kun. That was an incredible match, you know? Having defeated the Forerunner, Mion, my brilliant battle left me ecstatic. But by total points, it was already set in stone that Mion would win and I would finish last. I laughed haughtily, selecting the tone of my voice carefully to get on Mion's nerves. Well, I couldn't end up the loser, but I'm satisfied with one-upping Mion at the end. Wahahaha! That should be proverbial slap in the face to Mion. It was at the top already, ensured victory. Even if Keiichi-chan gets first place this round, it'll still end up last place overall. Don't you hate that? Of course I do. Let's have a duel. One chance. If you win, then we'll swap first and last place. How about it? You up for it? She fell for it. A chance for an upset that wouldn't be possible without goading her into it. Goading? Interesting. One chance, you say? Let me hear the rules. Mion discarded 2 cards from her hand and replaced one with a Joker card that was on the table, then shuffled the resulting hand behind her back. The card in my right or the card in my left. Kei-chan can guess which hand the Joker's in, then he wins. When you turned around just now, you didn't pull out the Joker, did you? If you lose, I'll show you the card in the other hand. That okay? The other 3 gulped nervously at this unexpected turn of events. Alright, you got it. Mion grasped 1 card in each hand and thrust them out at me. First, I need to inspect them closely. The card on the right did no distinguishing marks. I couldn't tell which one it was. Which one, I wonder? Keiichi-kun, be careful. Yeah, of course, this is my chance for a big comeback. Looking closely at the card on the left, I saw a little wear. It wasn't one I had seen before. Ah, that card is... I didn't let that bit from Sadako slip by me. Mion clucked her tongue. I didn't recognize the mark on the left card from the smaller number that I had memorized. I didn't know what the left card was, but I could tell from Sadako's reaction that the card already appeared during the game. Since it had already appeared before, it meant that it definitely wasn't the Joker. Oh. Kei-chan thinks it's the one on the right? Will you choose that one then? Will you? The left card definitely wasn't the Joker. If I could trust that theory, then I should have been able to declare that the card to the right was the Joker. Even without Mion's taunting, the one on the right was the most suspicious. But wasn't it a bit too rash to decide based slowly on Satako's reaction? More carefully. Ah, I remember now. That mark, the left card. No doubt about it. The 7 of clubs. It's the 7 of clubs, I see. I've won. The card on the left was the 7 of clubs. So that meant the card on the right was the Joker. And then, just before my hand touched the right card, I froze. I would expect no less from you. There was a wave of murmurs amongst the onlookers at the sudden halt, right before you confirmed the right card was the Joker. Huh? What could Keiichi-san possibly be saying? I mean, the left one is... Shh. Oh. What makes you so certain the right one isn't the Joker, Kei-chan? Mion let loose an unexpected question. Everyone else was baffled. I don't know what the card on the right could be, but I know that the one on the left is the 7 of clubs. Then, Doesn't that leave the right one as the Joker? One of them has to be the Joker, right? Yeah, one of those is the Joker, right? Keiichi has good intuition. Oh my god, I remember this. I have the first manga book, lol. So much drama over card games. So much drama over all the games that they play, honestly. Huh? Rika-chan, what do you mean by... So basically, the 7 of clubs, I discovered that by matching it with Satoko's 7 of spades earlier. Everyone's attention snapped to the discard pile at the same time. The truth of the matter couldn't be discerned from that sloppy pile. So that means Mion pocketed one of the discarded cards, then aligned it over the left card. That means... I see. I get it. This left card is being disguised as a 7 of clubs, right? It was the first time since the start of the match that a shadow ran across Mion's expression, and I didn't let that slip by. Then, with a grand flourish, I declared it loudly. The Joker is the left one. It was a tense moment. That 1 second felt like an eternity for everyone there. Breaking that silence, that first one to speak was Mion. The first one to speak was Mion. I can do the reads very well. Being the first president of this club, I've been witness to a variety of performances. Kei-chan, yours is the best. The best of the best of the best. That was probably the greatest compliment Mion could give. Mion accepted her defeat, dropping the cards from both hands. My comeback victory! Rika-chan placed her hand on my head and began petting it, congratulating me on my victory. Huh? Rika-chan is... No, Satoko gaped at us, as if they had seen a ghost. What is it, Rena? It's not as if I cheated or anything, right? This was fair and square. Rika, only pet someone on the head to console them. Huh? What's the meaning of... At that moment, Rena let out a small shriek. Keiichi-kun! This is how it was! You know, Kei-chan. I thought you'd read into it that far. Everyone froze. No, it was just me. It was a gamble. If he had jumped to conclusions like a little brat, then I would have lost. It was the answer everyone was certain about. Mion picked up the card from the losing hand. Kei-chan, you know, you should take pride in this loss. She turned it around. That was the card that proclaimed the victor of this duel. The card hid under the 7 of clubs. Unbelievable. It was the 2 of diamonds. It was the setup behind the setup. If I just picked the right one without reading so deeply into it. I, Mion Sonozaki, as the club president, do accept Keiichi Maebara's membership into our club. As I slumped to my knees, dazed, everyone let out a round of applause for the excellent effort I gave despite my defeat. The match is now over. Today's victor is me, Mion Sonozaki, and our exalted loser is Keiichi Maebara. Everyone made a commotion, applauding cheerfully. I felt like I was bested, but I was so soundly beaten that it was unexpectedly felt rather refreshing. Okay, I can read. When Mi-chan pulled that little trick behind her back, I got excited, thinking she's gonna do it again. When Keiichi-san stopped the moment before touching the correct card, I thought, he fell for it. He fell for it quite handily. Huh? Hey, wait. All of them knew from the start and still got so excited so earnestly? Everyone got excited to make it more fun. You're all demons, you monsters. Now then, Kei-chan, it's time for your penalty. Since it's your first day participating, I'll go easy, okay? It would be a problem if you refused to come to school. The other 3 members held down my arms and shoulders firmly. Mion approached, licking her lips. Her right hand went to pull something out of her pocket. That's a felt tip marker, and it's large and oil-based. Okay, here we go. She took the cap off the marker and brought it slowly up to my face while I was immobilized. I want to make jokes, but I also don't want to spoil anything for Catman. Yeah, there's been a shit ton of fucking foreshadowing with certain things. It's great. No, oh, no! I let out my death throes. It's okay. I won't know. Oblivious. As soon as the club activities were finished, Rena flew off. Just came an airplane all of a sudden, just zoomed right out of there. It was weird. Probably so she could dig out that cute Colonel Sanders that she wasn't able to come home yesterday. To take home yesterday. So today was just Mion and me walking home together. A rather rare occurrence. A mountain of treasure, huh? The guys throwing it away probably never thought in their wildest dreams that Rena would be grateful to them. Mountain of treasure, meaning that damn construction site from before. Oh, right. Mion would probably tell me. That murder by dismemberment that seemed to have happened there. Over there, at that damn construction site. Did something happen there? Long ago? Something sure did. A grand battle. There were sit-ins and demonstrations. It was a bit different from what I wanted to hear, but I decided I'd listen just the same. It was our land that was going to be sunk into the dam reservoir. I would have fought as well, probably. The government guys were really adamant about it, acting all big and full of themselves. Since they figured out that they couldn't settle it with money, they did a bunch of nasty stuff. They were nasty guys. Mion spoke excitedly, as if the whole thing was happening right in front of her. I'm amazed you guys won. You were facing the federal government, right? The mayor and prominent figures in the village all signed petitions. They went to Tokyo and struck deals with legislators. As a result, the development plan was retracted. It was our complete victory. There wasn't any violence, was there? Like assaults or murders? None. She promptly cut me off, the same as Rena had. Her words signaled the end of a discussion. Tomitake-san said one arm wasn't found in the incident. I thought that a murder by dismemberment had occurred, but I guess I was wrong. My curiosity unsated. Is that correct? I don't know. I sighed dejectedly inside. Later. See you tomorrow. Kei-chan, you can't wash that off until you get home. Got it? I got it. I won't. Mion held back her laughter while stealing glances at my face. I wonder what kind of nasty doodles they drew. Damn you, Mion. You shall rue this day. If our roles are ever reversed, I'm going to slap it on. Unsated. Yes, good job. Honestly, when I was first kind of glancing ahead to read before reading out loud, as one does, I for whatever reason read it as unsalted. I'm just very smart. Anyways, all over your face so you won't be able to take it off, even with a scoring pad. Upon arriving home, I ran straight into my mom, embarrassing myself yet again. The mood I come home to was already on edge. It's not an uncommon thing in our family. Whenever Dad can't come up with a good idea, it always ends up like this. He stomps around the house with his arms crossed. Mom whispered into my ear. Welcome home, Keiichi. Dad, he's in a bit of a rut right now, so don't bother him, okay? He can't come up with a new idea? If our roles are ever reversed, I I wouldn't now because I'm not familiar with the details of Higurashi, but that just sounds like foreshadowing. Foreshadowing in what way are you thinking? Art block is definitely a good reason to be frustrated, though, honestly. It's because the deadlines are so close together this time. Ah, that is also a fair reason to be in a rut. Your dad needs time to recharge with it, or he doesn't work as well. Mood. Dad's paintings feed our entire family. If he runs out of ideas, then it's the end of the Mayabaras. You've never gone hungry before. Could it be that my dad is a master painter? Wouldn't it be easier to get an idea taking a walk outside outside rather than wandering around the house? The theme of the piece this time is in the household. How convenient. So it seems your dad wants to use this house as a motif. That's quite a bothersome motif. Keiichi, pick up your room. It looks terrible. Sorry, I'll clean it up later. Come on. Please don't use my room as the motif. Keiichi, there's still some time before dinner, so please go take a walk out back or something. His bad mood is only temporary. As soon as he gets an idea, his mood improves and he starts humming. Until then, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just go take a walk so I don't aggravate him further. Well, I guess I will then. I said I was going to take a walk, but I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just needed to kill some time. I got on my bike and pondered where to go. I could just go read at the bookstore, but it would take about an hour by bike to get to town. It wouldn't be dark by the time I got back, so I didn't want to go unless I had to. The roads at night here in Hinamizawa creep me out. If Mion or Satoko ever found out about that... I smiled wryly. Oh yeah, Rena was probably still at the Mountain of Treasure, the damn construction site. The excavation of Colonel Sanders was probably taking her a while. It wouldn't be so bad to have her owe me one. She might return the favor next time we have club activities. With a bit of self-interest in mind, I set off towards the damn construction site. Tomitake-san might be there as well. The only person with information about the incident that both Rena and Mion denied knowing anything about. If I meet him again, I'd like to ask for more details. Fucking hell. To ask, was there really a dismemberment here in Hinamizawa? That is my real intention. I spotted Rena struggling up on the slope of the garbage pile. It looked like Colonel Sanders was lodged in there pretty firmly. It didn't look like Rena would be able to excavate him by herself. Realizing that Tomitake-san wasn't around, I began climbing up the slope unsteadily. Hey Rena, looks like you're working up a sweat. Whoa, Keiichi-kun. What brings you to a place like this? A place like this, huh? I see. She was aware of it, at least. I received a signal for emergency assistance at the accident site. Where is the injured party? Huh? Accident? Huh? But there was a report Colonel Sanders was buried alive in this trash pile. Huh? Oh, that. You scared me. Don't frighten me like that, Keiichi-kun. I was just kidding. I thought you might be struggling by yourself, so I came to help you out. Huh? You came? For me? Oh. When I filled my quota for today, if I don't see Rena blush at least once a day, then I'm not getting my daily required nutritional intake. Just kidding. You're embarrassing me now. So, huh? What part was the joke? What part was it? I just ignored her bewilderment. Okay, now move out of the way. So where is Colonel Sanders? Sorry. Can't you see him in that gap? He's really buried in there. The Colonel Sanders was sideways, surrounded by boards and other construction materials like they were caging him inside. According to Rena, it wasn't like this yesterday. It seems as though another illegal dumper came yesterday, dumped again, and now he's buried like this. You're trying to move this pile all by yourself? With those scrawny arms? There's no way she'd be able to do that with her slender arms. But Colonel Sanders, so cute. There's a chain on the Colonel Sanders at the store. This one, though. I should be able to take this one home. Oh. If Rena gave up on this Colonel Sanders, she'll probably start devising a plan to steal the one in the front of the store. As Rena's guardian, I won't allow her to sully her hands with the crime. Good luck with that, Keiichi-kun. Out of the way, I'll do it. Rena blushed again, but this time I left it alone. The pile was enormous. Also, the more days we wasted, the more likely another illegal dumping would occur. If it got buried any deeper, there would be nothing that could be done. Keiichi-kun, I'll help too. Let me help. You just get out of the way, so stay back. Pulling out scraps, bending them, tossing them aside, I quickly became covered in sweat and dust. Flying objects drew beautiful arcs across the twilight sky, one after another. Lumber, timber, plywood. That was not... that was not elegant. With this Colonel Sanders is a reference to the limited edition teddy bear, I really can't blame Rena. I don't know what you're talking about with the limited edition teddy bear, but this is blatantly like a statue that they would have in front of a storefront. That is what this is. Damn it! No matter how much I throw out, there was still more. Even though I could see Colonel Standards right there. After grandstanding like that in front of Rena, I felt frantic because of how little I had progressed. If I was going to do this seriously, I need an axe or saw or something. That's enough, Keiichi-kun. You're so sweaty. You don't have to try so hard. I'm just doing it for you, Rena. Don't worry about it. Oh, weird. For some reason, I thought it was the Colonel Sanders plush. No, it's blatantly a statue that's in front of a storefront. That's why she would, in theory, steal the one in front of the store that's chained down. If she can't get this one. Rena began sputtering and turned beet red. Whoops. I meant to say I was trying my best so as to keep her from becoming a criminal. Oh well. I guess I just need a break. And this is pretty tough. I sprawled on my back over the grassy slope. Why was I going to read that as greasy? That would have been gross as fuck. Ah, yes, the greasy slope. Let's smother ourselves in it. No, it's grassy. Grassy, not greasy. I'm so sorry. You're covered in sweat. Rena patted her handkerchief against my forehead. It felt pretty nice. Well, wait here a minute, okay? My house is pretty close. I'll bring you some barley tea, okay? Leaving the handkerchief on my forehead, Rena took off running. The cries of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. After I was certain that Rena was gone, I picked myself up and headed towards what I discovered earlier. That was a garbage pile of magazines and newspapers bound up in twine. Unless I'm mistaken. I believe it was around here. There it was. They were bound stacks of not so reputable tabloids. They were stacked chronologically, going back a few years. It was quite a disturbing incident. It seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. If it was just as Tomitake-san said, then undoubtedly there would be mention of the murder. These are troubled times. There's no end to these sickening incidents. There's a large part of society drawn in by these incidents as well. So it had to be recorded. Somewhere. And one fastened at the... I unfastened the packages and opened the rain-soaked pages carefully, looking over the table of contents. Not here. Next one. Not here. Next one. It was so hard to search since I didn't know when it happened. I didn't know who the perpetrator or the victim was either. Keiichi is like sicking his like, these are troubled times. LMAO. I mean, this was like, this takes place in the 80s. But were you not thinking that when you were 16? Come on, be honest. Thinks back to myself at 16. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah. I only knew it had happened here. I looked up every so often, checking to see if Rena had come back or not. I wouldn't want her to see me gawking at a dirty magazine. But it wasn't just that. Both Rena and Mion said they didn't know. But it had happened, without a doubt. As long as Tomitake-san wasn't lying. Then if both Rena and Mion... yeah, there was. If they had just said that, then I wouldn't have gotten so hung up on it. Hung. An incident that neither Rena nor Mion wished to talk about. Trying to uncover it after they tried to conceal it out of good intentions. That made me feel like I was acting against my friends. Hinamizawa, dam worker, lynching, murder by dismemberment. I don't know why I read it like that. Here it is. The featured article was in the back, and it seemed that there was a photograph in the colored pages at the front. The pages of the featured article were stuck together and they weren't easy to open. Rena could return at any moment. Feeling rushed, I gave up and opened the photograph page. The police investigators were carrying a body bag, and newspaper reporters were all bathing in it. We're all bathing it in camera flashes. Okay. Got it. The image was blurry and hard to understand, but I could definitely make out the headlines. A tragic nightmare at the Hinamizawa construction site, lynching and murder/dismemberment. The victim was the site foreman. He had assaulted his assailants daily with an explosive backlash from his daily actions. It's a horrible image to see the site foreman as. It happened. It really did happen. It seemed the details were on the next page. I turned the page without pausing. On it was... The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes, then used an axe to split the cadaver into 6 pieces: the head, arm, legs, and torso. I couldn't understand just from the headline that it was just too terrible an incident. Normally, lynching is just assault and murder, right? Dismemberment with hatchets and pickaxes? That wasn't a lynching. It was a merciless killing to the letter, a brutal murder. Done by a group of people. With hatchets. With pickaxes. With an axe. Ah! Eek, sorry. Did I startle you? Rena dropped the axe she was holding onto the grass after being startled by my voice. What? Dropped the axe she was holding onto. Oh. Okay. She dropped it onto the grass. Got it. Keiichi, I'm sorry to say, but lynchings tend to be brutal murders. To be honest, he is 16. He's a little dumb boy. Keiichi-kun, you see, earlier, yeah, you said you would help if I had an axe, didn't you? It would help if I... I got this. Take 2. Keiichi-kun, you see, earlier, yeah? You said it would help if you had an axe, didn't you? So then I brought an axe for you from the shed. Rena fluttered her arms in a panic, continuing to explain and apologize. It seemed I had been glaring at her pretty intensely. I'm sorry, I guess my reaction was a bit overboard. No, I'm sorry as well. I'm sorry. Night was drawing close. I was pretty worn out, and it wouldn't hurt to do the rest tomorrow. Did you just say nya instead of ya? I don't think so. If I did, it wasn't intentional. But I won't deny the fact there is a chance that I said nya. It's Rena, so either works. I mean, yeah. Oh. Doesn't look like we can break the last beam without an axe. You brought it after all. have to borrow it tomorrow, alright? Okay. Why do you look so glum? Tomorrow we'll be digging out Colonel Sanders, right? You're right. I really want to take Colonel Sanders home, too. We both knew that it was useless to apologize any more than that. I quenched my thirst with the barley tea Renna brought and wiped off the sweat that had now gone cold. We took the path to head home. I felt quite guilty about the tabloid wrapped up in my jacket. Meow me. You received new tips. The Hinamizawa Dam Project special tabloid report. One man's trash. Okay. October 1975. In accordance with the Prime Minister's Bulletin Number XXX, Hinamizawa's electrical development master plan was announced. The vast scope of the projected Hinamizawa Dam will have an incredibly heavy impact on the village of Hinamizawa. The flooded area caused by the Hinamizawa The flooded area caused by the Hinamizawa Dam would include the 5 areas of Hinamizawa: Takatsudo, Kyotsu, Matsumoto, and Yagochi. The submerged area includes 291 houses. I'm smart. Population 1,251. 1 elementary school, 1 middle school, 1 post office, 1 agricultural cooperative, 1 forestry department lumber yard, 5 shrines, 2 temples, and 1 fishery. That is a shit ton of stuff to lose. Like, what? All of these communal, cultural, agricultural areas and places of worship will be indefinitely submerged at the bottom of the artificial lake basin. Forsaking the hundreds of years our ancestors poured their blood and sweat into this fertile, resource-rich land is just too painful to bear. All the residents having homes that were to be submerged band together and created the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. The dam project was halted and petitions to alter the plan were circulated. The citizens sought peaceful negotiations, but the government and its puppet company openly refused. So good at these words. Performing unspeakable, heinous acts, they quashed the democratic actions of the villagers. But the villagers did not falter. Instead, they banded together even more closely and steeled their resolve to protect their homes to the death. The continuation of that frightening Hinamizawa Dam construction project is still stalled as of today. The villagers understood that the stalling was caused by sublime power through unity. And they understand that this fearsome plan has not yet been fully withdrawn. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance had been dissolved after it did its part, but the feelings of unity it garnered had not yet been extinguished. Oh, did not mean to do that. Okay. Whoops. As long as that passion resides in the hearts of the residents, they'll be able to confront whomever next decides to sink their homes into a lake basin. Onigafuchi Defense Alliance Committee Chairman, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Special tabloid report. Heck yeah. Magazine time. Nightmare befalls the Hinamizawa Dam. Lynching and murder / dismemberment. In X month of X day in XX prefecture at the Hinamizawa Dam construction worksite in Shishibone City, a bone-chilling gruesome murder / dismemberment. Even though this case has shocked the archipelago, the police will give no details on the case. Exactly what happened at the Hinamizawa Dam. They probably didn't mention to kill him. They probably didn't mean to kill him at first, but as the victim resisted by swinging around a shovel, the rest of the perpetrators armed themselves in return, and it quickly escalated to homicide. Archipelago? Archipelago? I don't know. I'm not good at the fancy words, obviously. I'm not good at the regular words either. So said the aforementioned investigator A. After this bloody tragedy was over, they were left with a body with boof, which nobody thought was alive. Archipelago? I mean, the second way I said it was kind of intentionally wrong, to be honest. Thank you for the pets, though. Pets are good. Ex-son had tormented the suspects daily with his rough behavior. At first it was meant to be payback. All the perpetrators were horrified by their deed, and one even turned himself into the police. It was the de facto leader of this group, XX, who suggested hiding the body. Reluctantly at first, they soon began to think they did not wish to be caught. See Bun Bun gets all the pets. Yay! Wonderful, wonderful. I'm. Why have you forsaken me with your fancy schmancy text? Anyways. The construction site had numerous places to hide the body with 6 people. They were originally supposed to hide the body and leave the area, but the de facto leader feared that the consciousness of the other 5 wouldn't be able to bear the burden. I somehow think I fucked that up still, but we're moving on. And came up with a horrifying method to keep them from turning him into the police. He devised the heinous method of splitting up the body among them and making each of them responsible for hiding a piece. XX had turned a simple manslaughter into a gruesome dismemberment and forcibly involved each perpetrator in order to create a sense of unity between them. Each one participated. But what does this mean? Person A spoke out reluctantly. XX had ordered each and every one of them to dissect a piece for themselves. They were hesitant at first, but nobody refused. In for a penny, in for a pound, was what it meant. Thus, an unimaginable bloody ceremony began. The perpetrators wept and vomited as they performed the gruesome task. There was one person who stubbornly refused, but XX threatened them, saying nothing would change if someone else ended up dead, and he gave up in his objections. But X's plans collapsed in the span of one night. XXX, who had refused to dissect the corpse up until the last moment, had broken down into tears at the hospital where he had been treated for an injury sustained during the scuffle and confessed. The criminals were arrested one after the other, but the de facto leader, XX, whereabouts are still unknown. Also, the right arm hidden by XX has yet to be found. Despite an ongoing search, this horrible individual has so far managed to elude law enforcement. Elude? Yeah, I guess that's right. What could the police be doing? Nothing. They are the police after all. It appears that XX had said he was going to throw the body, right arm, into the marsh. XX's car was discovered abandoned near the marsh, but there were no clues to his whereabouts. XX didn't trust his companions. One cannot deny the possibility that he had expected his companions to confess to the police and use his car as a decoy. Of course, I doubt that theory. Since he has no car, one would expect him to have a limited area to which he could have escaped to. But within that station, there were rumors going around that he had accidentally slipped and drowned in the marsh when he went to throw away the body. To the locals, that marsh is believed to be bottomless. It's known as Onigafuchi, the Ogre's Abyss. Ogre. The Ogre's Abyss. And it's said that the bottom of the marsh is connected to the hellish world of demons. The atrocious demon from hell that was XX. Could it be that he had returned to hell through the marsh? Fam? What about... What? What? Got something to say, punk? I am trying my best here. My best isn't very good, but I am trying. Okay? Playing Genshin like Ore? Grr. I don't think that's how you intended me to read that as, but I definitely read that as Ore. The Zinjin Dragon, bringer of luck and fortune. Prosperous future. Ladies leaping into your arms. Business success. Promotions. Ambition. Protection from harm. Or in English is pronounced the same as or. Yeah. It took me a minute to process you meant or. But Nihongo's, it is ore. It is an actual word. So, not just with pachinko and horse races, but business and even love. Guaranteed or your money back. Jin Dragon Bracelet DX One Piece. 27,800 yen. Amazing. Amazing. Continue. The function of this school as an education facility is very questionable. Indeed, our PE class is exceptionally disorganized. The only thing we do together are the warm-ups at the start. The teacher isn't even there after that. All we do is play together. No helping it. Everybody's a different age or gender. The only rule was that we have to stay on school grounds while exercising. All the little kids are gallivanting about. I got this, guys. I got this. No, they certainly are being active. They might be getting plenty of exercise, but the Board of Education probably completely forgot about the school. Probably. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're all together now. What shall we do today for our PE? Alright. We have all of our members gathered now. Now then, class representative, what shall we do for PE today? What shall we do? Mion harumphed and crossed her arms haughtily, surveying the area. Explosive power and endurance. There are no friends in the world of sports. Everyone is a rival. The only thing you can trust in is your own body. What the heck do you mean by that? You really read too much manga. I cooked without missing a beat. And so, we'll be taking a lesson from history. The tried and true king of all outdoor melee events. Let's play tag. It was quite the adorable choice to make after playing it up so much. Just what I was hoping for. The dunderhead Keiichi-san shall be the first one to be it. I won't be beaten. I'll try my best too. You can't beat me. Why are you guys all so into it? The third rule of our society. You must participate... The third rule of our society, you must partake in the game, enjoying it without question. Then, this counts as a club activity? Everyone smirked at each other. They all seemed pretty confident. I'm a man. Physically, I should be able to keep up with the girls of my own age. With any girls my own age. Regardless, Mio and Satoko looked like they were aiming for victory, and Rena was looking at me as if pitying my disadvantage. Fine. Tag. I'm in. My yell echoed across the school grounds. The YouTube video for this one's gonna be hilarious. You better fucking watch it, damn boy. These were the rules. Anyone who was able to evade being tagged before the bell was a winner. But we didn't switch who was it. The ones who were tagged by it also became it. So the number of people who were it could increase exponentially. The endgame would become a hellish siege. They call the version we're playing here zombie tag, you see. I see. Anyone affected by a zombie turns into a zombie. Why do you make it sound so scary? I wonder. As soon as I catch Rena, I'm gonna tear out her entrails while she's still alive. BRAB, Markiplier, I'm gonna go grab some snacks. Please call me Markiplier from now on. I can accept that, not PewDiePie. Gross, Katie-kun, that's gross. Rika-chan placed her hand on Rena's head as she panicked. Don't worry. Before Keiichi gobbles you down, I'll eat you up gently. Rika, that isn't comforting at all. Both Mion and I nodded deeply. So, the first hit, how do you decide who's the zombie? With rock, paper, scissors? Well, it is class time after all. Let's decide by answering questions. I'll ask the questions, and the one who isn't able to answer is the zombie. I have no idea which grade level they're coming from. What does the Japanese word roku mean? Huh? I was bewildered by the sudden question. Mion repeated it. So you need to answer. What's roku in English? It's 6. How about katsushita? Katsushita. I got this. Katsushita. Sucks. What's the third last letter in the alphabet? It's X. What does seibetsu mean? Of course I know what that is. Satoko cut herself off before finishing the answer. I see. It's quite a lewd question. You're an adult, aren't you? Of course you know what it is, right? I certainly do. Of course I know. Then go ahead and say it. That, that. What does that mean exactly? Oh, Satoko looks like she's in trouble. How cute. Don't take her home. It's a crime. If I didn't nip it in the bud, she really might try to take her home. Mion's pursuit was relentless, making Satoko stammer. Now then, go ahead and say it, nice and loudly. What does that mean? I do know. Say it. That means a person, thing, idea, action, or event that has been previously indicated in context. Huh? Ah. All of us were a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. I see. Well, it certainly is what that means. That could have been awkward. I wonder what I would have done in Satoko's position. I'd probably get ticked off and just blurt out, you know what, at the top of my lungs. I wouldn't want you as an enemy, Mion Sonozaki. Thank goodness you were born a girl. If you were a boy, you'd probably be a perverted asshole. She already is a perverted asshole, though, regardless of her gender. Come on, Keiichi, get with the times. It appears I have no choice. Unfortunately, I, Satoko Hojo, shall assume the role of the zombie. I shall eat everyone. Seems like she's raring to go. All I must do is count to 100, correct? Some jerks skip numbers while counting to 100, so you can start chasing after you solve this problem. Well, Keiichi-kun, give her a simple one, okay? 1/5 of a cake, 1/6 of a cake, and 1/7 of a cake are all on one plate. Oh no. There's no common denominators? Satoko grabbed a stick in a panic and began drawing a cake in fractions on the ground. If Satoko, who can eat one cake in 60 seconds, eats all of them, how many cakes are left on the plate? Just as I finished giving the word problem, Mion shouted. Ready? Go! On Mion's signal, everyone but Satoko scattered. Keiichi-kun, that wasn't a problem at all, was it? Sadako had already lost the moment she started working it out. She's eating it all, so of course there's nothing left on the plate. Man, not even I could figure that out on the spot. Everyone dashed off in a direction they thought was best. Knowing the lay of the land, they probably headed right to the best spots. It was obvious I was at a disadvantage. At a time like this, it would have been more effective to go along with those trained in survival skills, like Mion, for example. The fact that I didn't realize it at the start of the game probably hurt my chances. Glancing back over those cool groundings, I saw Satoko just rising up to the start. She was really, really mad. Mwahaha! She got tripped up on such a dumb question. I stood at one of the corners of the school. I had clear sight lines in two directions. It would probably have had a good response time if any zombies started closing in. For the time being, I caught my breath and focused on what I was trained to think during club activities yesterday. Ugh. Now, think calmly, Keiichi Maibara. If I was it, what would I do? Increasing my numbers would be the shortcut to victory. Then going after the weakest player first is the obvious plan of attack. Meaning, me. Now then, where could Keiichi-san possibly be? I shan't let you escape. But of course, what would be the best method to track me down? Footprints or smell, or maybe some type of trail. If I could craftily hide my tracks, then there would be no trail for Satoko to follow. But I was no detective. Would I even be able to do that kind of thing in an amateur game like this? Tomita Okamura, have you seen Keiichi-san recently? What the heck? Do zombies hunt their prey by asking nicely where they went? Tomita-kun and Omakura-kun pointed to the location where I was hiding. After confirming she was headed in this direction, I abandoned my position. It wasn't easy to hide myself with all those little kids running around as they pleased. It was becoming even more obvious that I was at a disadvantage from not being familiar with these surroundings. If that's how it was going to be, then to confront this intelligence-gathering zombie, I'd counter it in a similar vein. I approached some girls playing with a ball. I'm sorry, but could you relay this message? Tell Satoko Hojo that her parents are at the gate, please. Message. Okay. I stopped the girls as they turned to run off. Wait, don't go yet. Also take this one to Mion Sonozaki. Tell her the teacher's calling her to the gate. I'm quite the schemer if I do say so myself. If things went well, then Satoko and Mion would run into each other at the gates. It would put me at a disadvantage if more people were it, but this was Mion we were talking about. She'd figure out a way to escape. But that was just fine, as long as it brought me more time. Dance for me, Mion and Satoko, in the palm of my hand. Having my fill of playing the con man, I looked for a place to hide. If you think about it logically, I'd only bought myself a scant amount of time, and it might even come back to bite me. Once it became apparent I started spreading false information through messengers, I could end up being the recipient of one of those messages. Satoko would probably ask the messengers to help her look for me. That would mean there'd be more zombies than participants in this game. The virus that was brought about by the virus that was brought about by mischief could cause an epidemic. All my classmates would transform into zombies. It would only be searching for me. This tactic might backfire horribly. While trembling at the thought of the impending dawn of the dead, I began searching for a safe house. I found a shed by the incubator behind the school. Incinerator. Why would a school have an incubator? Found a shed by the incinerator behind the school. After climbing up to the roof, I held my breath. It wasn't a bad place to hold out. Not only did I have a good line of sight, but if necessary, I could jump off in 3 different directions to escape. It was getting rowdy down there. I guess both things keep things warm. Maybe the hatching chicks. Maybe. Little school project hatching some chicks. The lower grades are running around below the shed. Maibara-san isn't around. Is he over there? Nope. Where's Keiichi-san, I wonder? Oh yeah, that's actually a legit thing, innit? Fucking... Yeah. Okay. His dad is at the front gate. That was definitely a lie. The word gate, the same one I used, gave a hint of revenge. So Mion was behind this. I was still keeping one step ahead of the game. I felt bad for my underclassmen, but they'd have to search until the school bell. Hey, do you know where Keiichi-san is at? His mom suddenly got really sick. A message from Maibara-san. They said his house caught fire and he needs to come to the gate. A jumbo jet fell on top of Maibara-san's residence. The police have come to question him. Anything goes now. They say he enjoys peeping They say he enjoys peeping into bathrooms. Huh? Is it true that he's going around every night stealing panties? What were they talking about? I heard he wears panties on his head and smells them and stuff. No way I would do that. I heard that class representative Mion was victim too. What? Grog. This was your doing, Mion. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is Mion's battle tactic to flush me out. Oh, is the audio not working? What the fuck? The fuck? How long has it not been working? The fuck? I think it might have not been working this entire time, huh? Like, I don't know if they race chickens, but LHS's FFA club was a big deal. Okay. You guys really weren't able to hear the game the entire time, huh? What? Wait. What audio are you talking about? Usually, like, game sounds, music, soundtrack. You should be able to hear it now. Does Higurashi have sound? Yes, it does. You guys should be able to hear it now. I thought it was a silent game. Oh my god. It was working before I started stream. Like, I checked to make sure how the sound would compare to my voice. I think I took visual novel too literally. You definitely did. Oh my god. I definitely checked before I started stream that it was working fine, so that's dumb. According to my OBS, you should be able to hear the sound now, so I can't do much if other than that. But yeah, there's supposed to be audio. Wow. Anyways, going back to this. If our underclassmen thought about it logically, they would know it's all nonsense. Is there supposed to be audio right this moment? Yes, there is. According to OBS, it should be playing. Like, it should be playing, like, just under the level of my voice. So I don't know what to say if you can't hear it. Like I said, OBS is showing otherwise, so I really don't know what to say. Anyways, but small kids don't think about things logically. To them, all of these things were true, so they all chuckled together while looking for me. Wahahaha! I win, Mion! It's my victory! Wahahaha! Wiping unrelenting tears away, I felt intoxicated by my own victory. Did you hear? I heard that the new transfer student Maibara-san is a really perverted person. Kyahahaha! The cost of being Mion had too high a price. Ha! Oh, someone passed below. That's Rana and Rika-chan. Rika-chan, you're still okay? I'm getting by somehow. It seems Mi-chan is it as well. Mion? It couldn't be. She become it because of my little strategy? This confirmed that Mion was behind the relentless message war. Then, this wasn't good. We finally got away from Mi-chan, but Satoko-chan, Satoko is searching around the pipes, so we should be safe here for a while. Upon hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. While Rena was slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily, Rika-chan had started creeping up to her. Rika-chan doesn't normally make noise when she walks, but it's strange. It couldn't be. Whoa! Rika-chan? What is it? What is it? Huh? Don't worry. I had never seen Rika-chan smile so creepily before. Why are you coming closer? Why? Rika-chan isn't a zombie, is she? Don't be scared. I'll be sure to eat you gently. No way! Rika-chan, no! He! Thank you, voice crack. Rena was pressed against the wall and Rika-chan lurched forward with both arms out, just like a zombie. Rena quaked? I was gonna say quacked. What the fuck is a quacked? Rena quaked with her back pushed up against the wall. It was quite a surreal scene of horror. Heh. Like one of those zombie breakout videos you'd see. At that moment, Rena's eyes met mine. Keiichi-kun, save me! Tasukete! Zombie Rika-chan turned 180 degrees, exorcist style, and glared at me. Found him! I see Kei-chan! Mion popped out from behind the cinder block wall around the garbage dump, also seeing where I was. My position was only advantages. Give me a moment. My position was only advantageous. Sure. Was when I was one zombie. Being surrounded was not good. Not as good. You said you located Keiichi-san? I could tell that Satoko was rushing my way. It seemed that Rika-chan had let Rena escape, and now she was baring her fangs in my direction. Ugh. Ah. Come on down, Kei-chan. The three zombies circled the shed, moaning curses. You guys are scary. Too scary. I wonder how Keiichi-san guts taste. Keiichi-san. Keiichi, I want you to become one of us. Someone, please save me. I saw Rena apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. An apology. Sorry. Leaving me for dead? They're only gonna get more scary. Yeah. Rena! I leapt off the roof out of fear, slipping as I landed. Satoko and Rika jumped on top of me after straddling me, they tickled me all over my body. Stop. Wah. So this means Rena is still left. There isn't much time until the bell. Damn you, Rena! How dare you leave me for dead? The feelings of a zombie. I understood how vengeful ghosts with lingering regrets felt. It's sad. So sad. But Keiichi is one of us now. It felt like I'd been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls. It was a strange feeling, being welcomed over to the side that pursued me. Zombie tag is quite profound. I can read. This is no time to postulate. Ghosts with lingering regrets. Yep. You must capture Rena. The principal is walking down the hall. The bell will ring soon. To devour Rena, I, who had been turned into a demon of vengeance, needed to use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night, a vampire. Using the same trick that I had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my evil designs. I gathered up the lower grades from across the school grounds. Everyone listen. Rena's in big trouble. All of you, please look for Rena. It's a bigger problem than a jumbo jet crashing into your family's house. Oh, yeah, it had turned into that, hadn't it? Mion whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the blame. Yeah, it's not even in the same league as jumbo jets. What fell on Rena's house was a space colony. A space colony? Yeah, it's a really big disaster. Everything in a 100-kilometer radius was obliterated. But that's only the prelude to this tragic tale. This is the beginning, the start of a war for independence by the propagandability of Xeon. The lower grades were dumbfounded, their eyes like saucers at the grand turn of events. What will happen? Will the Terran Federation lose? If things go like this, they will. Only one person can defeat the Red Comet. That person is Rena Ryugu. I wouldn't put it past this franchise to actually go there, to be honest. The alien thing, or... The lower grade students all gulped. It seemed I'd make them fully understand that this is the fight for Earth was lost without Rena. Now scatter, comrades! We must find Rena! My comrades in the lower grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. The alien thing, yeah. I mean, they do, like, go into the supernatural, but not in that kind of way, so... There was still one person who hadn't gone. But I thought even the Terran Federation's impulse wave diffusal cannon didn't work on the Comet Empire. You're close. That's the white variety of those comets. The reason it didn't work was because they didn't know the weak point. Of course, Rena knows their weak point all too well. Hugo-san is amazing. Satisfied with that, he also rushed off to look for Rena. Wait, who are they talking to? Oh well. I guess there is the log here. Oh well. We move on. It does seem like there are some promising up-and-comers amongst the youngsters. Little Kei-chan's abilities, this old man knows them better now. It didn't really feel like she was complimenting me, but whatever. Just one of the kids, I think. Yeah, I think so after I read the next line. Really, though, how exceptional Keiichi-san. This looks quite promising. If we have this many, we can win. With this many, we will win. It was nothing that Keiichi-san would have been I was thinking that Keiichi-san would have been a better nominee for the initial zombie. Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but I let it slide for now. Not even Rena would be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Rena was finally cornered into the back of the sports equipment shed. You're all scary. Keiichi-kun too. So scary. It was probably scary being chased around by the entire student body. All the lower grades closed in on Rena, saying she was the only one who could save the world. What are you all saying? I can't control a mech. Rena, how could you leave me for dead? Are you ready to pay for it? I'm sorry about that, Keiichi-kun, but I didn't have a choice. Do not resist. Let yourself be devoured. Let's all be together. Now, Rena, say your prayers. Mwahaha! Rena had stumbled onto a mat, trembling, with tears in her eyes. I closed in, associating this situation with a familiar, particularly immoral one made my pulse quicken just a bit. Oh. Higurashi 1980, Galactica 1982. Amazing. Satoko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Rena. Rena, wanting no part of what she knew was about to happen, went stiff with fear. Wait, fuck, didn't you say this takes place in the 80s? Yeah, I did. I thought that was part of the joke. Like, I really thought that was part of your joke there, buddy. Was that not intentional? Keiichi-kun, you wouldn't do mean things like everyone else, would you? Would you? I wonder. This is 1983, I believe. Yeah, it should be. No, I mistyped. Ooh, hello. Now then, are you ready? Are you ready, kids? Okay, so long as it's Keiichi-kun. That sounds really suggestive, Rena. The face she made as she resigned herself to her fate made my heart skip a beat. I believe that Keiichi-kun won't do horrible things to me. Body won't move. That had to be some sort of anti-zombie mantra. I meant to say Higurashi Galactica 1980 Space 2. I see. Anyways, the second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. There was the bell. Game over. Yay! I did it! I survived! Yay! Rena pranced around merrily as if a curse had been broken. Heh, so daylight broke in the So daylight broke in the nick of time, and the evil zombie army disintegrated into dust. And the heroine survived. Well, that's how it goes in the movies anyway. What are you postulating about? This is all because Keiichi-san was dawdling about. Punishment is required. I was subdued by Satoko and Rika-chan, and once again sentenced to death by 100 tickles. Eek, forgive me. Then the award for surviving goes to Rena Yugu, Emiya, and Sonozaki. Yay! Huh? Mi-chan wasn't a zombie? Only pretended to be one. They say you need to deceive your allies before you can deceive the enemy, you know? Oh, Mion, you little... Yeah. Hurry up and change, alright? Don't be late for the next class. Let go of me, Satoko. Rika-chan! Gwa! Having had my fill of being terrified to my very core by club activities, I solemnly swore I would have Mion crying for mercy next time. Don't cough like that? I mean, no. I'll cough however I like. Just hearing your laughter from across the hall. Okay. After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I had agreed to meet with Rena to dig Colonel Sanders out of the mountain of treasure from before. Mom, do we have work gloves? I need towels too. Aren't they in the shed out back? The towels are by the sink. Alright, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically. What's going on, Keiichi? Where are you headed to in that getup? If they came to dump again legally, he'll be buried completely and it'd be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, then I'll be undoubtedly go after Colonel Sanders in front of the fried chicken place in town. A bit of excavating. So my classmate doesn't become a criminal. Well, don't be out too late. That is very valid, Keiichi's mom, because what else could you really say to that? Mom returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression still on her face. Cutting through the woods as a shortcut to the dam site, I ran into someone. It was Tomitake-san. Probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. It couldn't be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in the twilight. Hey, long time no see. Keiichi-kun, right? My dear regards. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything. Tomitake-san is ripped. Yeah, he is. It's apparently what photographers looked like back in the day. By the way, you know, if he didn't have dog tags, I assume he was just a bi himbo. I mean, that's definitely dumb. He gets himself, no, not continuing that sentence. By the way, was that girl an acquaintance of yours? He was probably talking about Rena. Guessing by the way Tomitake-san was taken up. What was that all about? She was walking around with an axe, and she was laughing with a huge smile across her face. That was Rena, without a doubt. It was probably because she couldn't take it home today, so she couldn't hide her excitement. Oh. Okay. Now that I'm not coughing to death. It was probably because she could take it home today, so she couldn't hide her excitement. I hid myself because I thought it might be dangerous. Should I call the cops to be safe? Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with an axe. Tomitake-san's reaction was the epitome of logical. It's fine, it's fine. Just leave her be. She's just wandering around looking for mere victims. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it's probably hard for normal people to understand right now. I'll just touch a bunch of BS out there. Not quite yet, I think. Maybe. I don't know. If he were to be killed out here, she'd probably be the one to do it. Try not to soup too much around here. Try not to foreshadow so much, Keiichi-kun. With a condescending smirk, I started off in the direction of the dam site where Rena was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me. Keiichi-kun, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but... Ha ha ha! I'll try my best to be careful. Certified dumbass. Leaving only those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke, but it felt like I'd said something bad. You did say something bad. Really strong foreshadowing. Bridge. Keiichi-kun. I was waiting for you. Let's try our best today. I understood what Tomitake-san was trying to say. Somebody gallivanting about while waving an axe around certainly would seem dangerous. You should cover the axe or something when you have it in public. It's not good to carry it around out in the open like that. Seems that I lost it, so there isn't one. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try to keep up appearances. Everyone in Hinamizawa probably already knew about Rena's eccentricness. She's probably the only one who could carry an axe around Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious. Facts, though. Ah well, let's finish this today. If he busts through this last beam, we should be able to pull him out. I got everything I need. Leave it to me. Okay. I took the axe from Rena and made my way up to the unstable slope. Just wait, Colonel Sanders. Keiichi-kun will save you. Alright, get back. I'll finish this in one go. A solid thwack ran across Hinamizawa, as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. How is it? Think you can do it? If it looks too hard, you don't have to strain yourself. If I can break through this, then we'll all be good. We'll be good. I have plenty of power today. I can do it. But this adversary was more formidable than I expected. First of all, I'd never used an axe before. That's a very strong thing that would slap you. Oh, yeah. During a school camping trip, I had wanted to split the wood, but I lost to rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired. I decided to take a break. Rena had already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and sweets. I'm fine. I'm almost there. I'll make sure Rena can give Colonel Sandals a goodnight kiss tonight. Yeah, thanks. Giving Colonel Sanders a goodnight kiss. Oh. Come to think of it, Rena, you're a transfer student too, right? Where did you live before? I asked her nonchalantly while nonchalant today, while drinking tea. I had thought she lived here all her life. In Kanto. It wasn't as rural as it is out here, but it was still out in the countryside. Why did you move here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know, this is pretty far out in the boonies. Why did you move here? Does it have to do with your dad's work? Dad said he wanted to move out to a studio. He'd been saying for a while that somewhere deep in the mountains like this would be perfect. Studio? Is your father an artist or something? He paints scenery. Seems that twice a year he opens a gallery for the stuff he does. When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they are exhibited in Makuhari Messe. He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibition Hall. That's amazing. Let me see them next time. I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually, I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. But you transferred in the middle of the semester, didn't you? Wasn't that a hassle? Not really. I was getting bored of the city anyway. I was trying to get answers from Rena, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the axe and headed back to the worksite. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song, as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today, I would end it! When I started, I chatted with Rena as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury. Oh yeah! You little! Damn it! I had swung the axe countless times today, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. I recalled that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people, ever. Unless your name's Rena. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the axe not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. No, not the colonel's shoulder. The arm came off with a sickening sound. That's convenient. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. Ah. What's the matter? Are you hurt? Sorry. The figure's arm, I broke it off. Oh, that's all? I thought Katie could hurt himself. I probably had a guilty look on my face. No, Colonel Sanders. Not the KFC man. The chicken man, no. Rena said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. We just need to tape it back on and put a coat over him. Nobody will even notice. I see. Let's pull him out then. Can you get that side? Okay. Seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. I laughed dryly at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. I mean... kind of is. Both Rena and Mion knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. Colonel Sanders weren't like General Fortel. Heh. I had looked it up all by myself, and shamefully enough, I was scared. You're pathetic, Keiichi Maibara. Alright, Rena. Let's do this in one go. Ready, and... Whoa. We did it. We did it, Keiichi-kun. Yay. The time to give 3 cheers. The right time to give 3 cheers. And the right time to read things properly for once. Goddamn. That moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hinamizawa covered in filth to meet his end, and said we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Colonel Sanders. Your new master is a pretty decent person. Wow, Colonel Sanders, he really is cute. It didn't matter that he was dirty. Rena nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Rena's happy face made it all worth it. I'll help you carry it back. It'd be bad if it gets dark. Yeah, right. I really want to thank you, Keiichi-kun. I won't forgive this. Think real hard about what you'll do to repay me, okay? Whoa, I wonder what kind of repayment. I wonder. For now, I'll just hold back my evil cackle. You're ready to take it to your house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the tarp and lifted him. So, Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him. Is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about those words Tomitake-san, unable to grasp the sense of humor my sense of humor had left behind. Keiichi is special, isn't he? You receive new tips. What kind of name is Rena? A cute name, though. Let's see. Let's read what it is. What kind of name is Rena? I'll be a bully. Because my name's Keiichi. Rena's not here. Do you know where she is, Keiichi? Huh? She was just there, actually. Hey, Mion. Where did Rena go? Rena? Didn't she go to the bathroom? She did say she's been having bowel troubles lately. I hadn't heard anything about that. Satoko, do you know where Rena went? Rena, you say? I just passed her in the hallway. Rena has class duty today, so she's off to water the flower bed. Literally speaking, Rena means joy. What? Ah, it was Rena's turn for class duty. That's very much appreciated. Rena, Rena, Rena. Upon hearing it repeated, a thought came to mind. It's weird to say this about someone's name, but it was a weird name. It was like some foreigner's name. It's pretty on the nose, but so are most fictional Japanese names. So are most fictional names in general. What kind of name is Rena, I wonder? What kind of kanji does her name use? Rena is her nickname. She has a proper name as well. What? Really? I was pretty sure Rena Ryugu was her full name. Well, I can understand you making that mistake since we only call her Rena. And she even signs her name as Rena. It's like her real name in school. I wonder what her real name is. Let's ask her when she comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at each other. You don't need to ask her. We'll tell you what it is. It's the Rei from Ore and the Na from Nara. The real name is Reina Ryugu. Reina, is it? So it's read out as Rena instead of Reina? That's a pretty interesting greeting. No, that's not it. Reina is the correct way. Rena had told us that she wanted us to call her Rena, so we call her Rena. Kei-chan, Rena is Rena, you know? Only strangers call her Reina. You get where this is going? I understand what Mion is saying. It didn't matter what her real name was, only what names we used between us. Rena Ryugu is Reina. She's nobody other than that. So I was thinking, if I had a nickname, what would you call? Would you call me by that? If it's good. So what do you want to be called? Con Man. Okay, Keiichi. You really are a clown. Rena then came back into the classroom. One of the juniors near the door told Rena people were looking for her. What's this now? Who's looking for me, I wonder? I wonder. Saying that, both Mion and I sneered. Bailiff, Ryugu doth show herself. Conman, you're quite sinister. Wah wah. What? What is this? What is this? Keiichi-kun and Michan are evil bailiffs? Looking it up, Reina is Spanish for queen. I mean, okay. A con man? Damn you, Reina Nosuke Ryugu. Renanosuke. Today doth be when thou meetest thy maker. What the fuck? Have at thee! Also, the meaning for Rena I got is Hebrew. I don't know why you would do that when her name is made out of kanji. Wah, Suke-san, Koku-san, show them what for. Aye, sir. I expect my fee to be paid to my Swiss bank account. Since it's come to this, we have no choice. We'll just have a grand battle with 5 people. Reina's fierce punches exploded at the proper timing to take out the seal. The evil that was Mion and myself was vanquished in the end. I do hope that Reina does go on a journey to make the world a better place. How about heading to Nagatocho? My destination is decided by where the Kyute stuff gathers. Why did I say Kyute? It's just cute. Anyways. The toll of the bell signaled that break time was over. Come on, Keiichi-kun, Mii-chan. The teacher's coming. I took Reina's hand and stood up. It was just as the teacher had entered the classroom. Just 1 more hour. Man, oh man. Got to buckle down for 1 more. Amazing good. Amazing good. How was it, Kei-chan? So you went to Renaissance House? Wasn't it amazing? It's nothing like that, right? Right? Kana? Unlike my house, the Ryugu residence wasn't newly constructed. It had been renovated from a pre-existing building. Well, the house itself was fine. The problem was the yard. It was crammed with rows upon rows of oddities. Sorry, they were all the same as Colonel Sanders. Stuff you'd see while walking around in town. The cake shop's mascot, Little Licky. Sus. The Total Moan in front of the pharmacy. She even had the amazing flying elephant from the top of the department store. I'll agree with you. Those are cute. But why the mailbox? Won't you get in trouble for that one? But, oh, so cute. She must have just thought about it because her face filled with delight. So it's the bigger the better, just as long as it's big. And her room displays the smaller ones. I had a chance to see them before. And cute kids like Rika-chan are locked away in the basement. Yep, I'll keep anything. Oh, cute. So she takes anything she likes back to her nest. No ill will intended. Hey, Rena, you know about the Statue of Liberty in New York, right? Is that cute? Yeah, cute. Oh, I want it. The US should probably come up with some countermeasures. Measures ASAP. If not, the Statue of Liberty really will take a trip to Hinamizawa in the not-so-distant future. What the hell is a Totalmon? Oh. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Rika-chan had returned. Words. No fun being called to the staff room. Did you do something? How rude. Rika isn't a hoodlum like Keiichi-san. Probably some mascot. Possibly made up. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Rika-chan had returned. No fun being called to the staff room. Did you do something? Oh, wait. I read that. Fucking hell. Rika isn't a hoodlum like Keiichi-san. Nothing like that, Keiichi-kun. Rika-chan is a member of the festival committee. I think it's something made up because even looking it up with Higurashi, I can't find anything. Amazing. Festival? The school cultural festival or something? Kei-chan, I already told you. It's the village festival. The Watakanagashi. I said that wrong. Watanagashi. Oh, come to think of it, she did say there'd be a festival at the shrine during the next break. So, what's this Watanagashi thing about? Is it like a floating lantern festival? Kind of. I guess the last part where you set things adrift in the river is similar. Except we use cotton things, like old worn-out futons and padded cloaks. It's a festival expressing thanks for the years of service. The people living in Hinamizawa dump their futons and padded cloaks into a stream? If it's out... Blip. It sounds like it'd be a lot of trouble if it's backed up in the current. If it backed up the current. Maybe they should just drop some fish and have a fish wrangling competition. Skewer them and sprinkle a little salt. Oh man, I could smell it already. That's just summer camp. I never anticipated how distinct Keiichi-san's imaginative capabilities would actually be. It would be so great if I could read. What? How could you tell I was thinking something silly? It was written all over your face. What sort of face could have expressed what I imagined just now? Rena demonstrated for me. I see. No argument here. It's nothing fun like that, you see. But you should still look forward to it. Let's all go together. I'll come get you that day. I don't really feel like going to festivals unless someone asks me to. I wouldn't get bored if these guys were going. You won't get bored. We're doing it again this year. Mion's proclamation came as she looked at each member in turn. What was this all about? The way Mion looked, it was probably our club's summer tradition, the Watanagashi 4 demon firefight. That sounds awful. What kind of name is that? I think it's a cute name, though. I tried to object sharply, but since Rana looked happy about it, I decided it was pointless to fight it. Since Keiichi is here this year, it becomes 5 demons. Rika-chan made a small correction in light of my presence. So, how does this funky-sounding club activity tie into the festival? Oh, this is where you exhibit the skills you've nurtured through your daily club activities. Exactly. We show the full extent of the abilities that the best of the best have obtained through our daily trials and tribulations. But last year the mayor got angry, so we need to make sure not to cause any problems this time. No murdering this time, you hoes. So basically, we're doing club activities while checking out the stalls. Rika-chan really is the only one who explains things so they make sense. I see. So we'll be exhibiting on those busy festival grounds. Rana was right. Of course, that'd be a reason for the mayor to get angry. But it's lots of fun. That was the only point I did not doubt. It would be, without question, fun. The day of the festival was drawing near. Well, putting that aside for now, let's start our club activities today. Any objections? Nay! Our voices rang in unison. When there's lots of people, card games really are the easiest to play. This really is the most basic of table games. Playing with a marked deck again? We'll use a new one today. There's no marks on the cards, so they're on equal footing. I wonder if that really is the case. I'll have to inspect them. Well, that was fair. Just to be safe, everyone checked the cards. Yes, this seemed to be fine. Are you all satisfied? Then today, I guess, we'll play President. Let's go for 5 people. Another standard card game. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. The basic rules. Play a better card than the one before. You can play straights and pairs. There are various techniques that improve the game, like reversals. But because it's such a well-known game, there are lots of house rules for it as well. The name, for example. In my hometown, we call it Millionaire. I like to go over some details. Are the jokers wild? Can you make a reversal with 3 threes? No jokers. 2 is the highest. You can reverse a reversal. You can only make a reversal with 4 of a kind, not 3. Also, you know how the peasant sends a good card to the president? None of that. While I was confirming the familiar rules, Satoko looked over at me cautiously. I probably should have tried to look like more of an amateur. I was pretty used to this game. It's president, and it's with a new deck. Today, I might be able to win. I had the gist of the rules now, but that wasn't everything, was it? So, what shall today's penalty be? About that, why don't we all write something down on the slips of paper and have the loser draw one? Oh, that seems like it could be interesting. Oh, I'll write a nasty one and have Keiichi-san draw it. It would be awful if you wrote a bad one and drew it yourself. Just don't lose. Don't you know the best? Mion handed out several slips of paper to everyone. Everybody. Then write down whatever and put it in this bag. When you lose, stick your hand inside and pick one out. Now then, what would be a good penalty? Worst case scenario, you draw what you wrote. Something too intense would be like digging your own grave. No penalty. Let's forbid that kind of idea from being written down. Rika-chan's casual suggestion caused Mion's hand to lurch to a sudden halt. Ah, that's so sneaky, Mion-san. She wrote no penalty, and the corner of the slip is folded. I see. Just in case you lost, you grabbed the note with a folded corner and you'd be safe. That was a good idea. Diabolical as ever, Mion. Rika-chan is quite formidable too, being able to see through that. I couldn't underestimate her even though she doesn't stand out. Everyone, don't write penalties that are too mean, okay? Nobody agreed to Rena's proposal. Everyone was ruthless. It's fine, Rena. Just don't lose. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll try so hard everyone has to pick the penalty I write. Rena was quite brutal even though she's usually appeared meek. Better not underestimate her either. I agree with that. I'm very curious about Rena's penalty and what Rena's penalty is in particular. Everyone's penalties are scary. I still don't know what Rika-chan's penalties would be like. Basically, you can't afford to lose this game. Everybody here ready? We all nodded determinedly. Having confirmed that, Mion dealt out the cards. Finally, the battle begins. I had a decent starting hand. Card after card was played in the middle. Not needing Mion to tell them, both Rika-chan and Satoko played their cards without hesitation. Ren and I were the only ones who paused to think. It seemed that Rena genuinely couldn't make up her mind, but I was different. I was like a shark stalking its prey, just waiting for the right time to strike. Huh? Will this work? Then I'll play this 3, and I'm out. 9. Nobody? 8. 7. I'm out. 5 and 5. I'm out. Then I'll discard this last one and I'm out. Bah! I missed my chance, I think is what that said. I accidentally skipped it too early. Oh noes. The loser of the first round was, of all people, Mion. And now I was certain. Today, I could win. Now then. Mi-chan, pull out one of the slips, okay? Mion, accepting her defeat, scrounged around inside the bag and pulled out one piece of paper. What? Who did this? Who wrote this? Mion quivered and shrieked. What is it? What is it? Huh? Rena was also surprised when she peeked at it. What kind of a terrible thing was written on it? Pet the principal on the head. Hey, wait. How is this bad? Keiichi-san, do you not understand? The principal is balding and ashamed of it. Satoko yelled with a serious look on her face. But she wasn't as loud as Mion's shriek. What could it be? The principal is a martial arts master. He boasts about traveling around the world perfecting his skills when he was younger. He switched to teaching after seeing the poor state of education in Japan after the war. He was inhuman. Pet that guy's head? As the club president, there is no way I can set a bad example by refusing. Phew. Ooh, yeah! She bellowed out a yell as she dashed off down the hallway. Wouldn't it have been easier to sneak out quietly and try to do it without making a fuss? Probably impossible. They said he used to hunt sea slugs just by sensing their presence. No, not the sea slugs. I could do nothing but wait with bated breath. Kerpow! A rumble shook the classroom. That's the principal's aerial opener. Poof, pow, zwap. Jashing, kaboom. Following the launcher with a jab, strong, fierce combo. His even using meter. From how it sounded, the principal's jumping fierce sounds like a multi-hit combo. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Nothing I could do now except to stay calm. I understand now why there was no delinquents at this school. After a few moments of silence, Mion slumped back to us. Petted. Is that good enough? Mion said before collapsing. She's alive at least. Now we can continue the game. Monster. I was amazed that the person who made the club activities like this could say that. But now, the worst penalty is gone now, right? Right? Rena tried to lighten the mood. It was only met with Mion's malicious grin. She was serious now. I'm not holding back anymore. You'll all get yours. The pace of the game became bizarrely quick. I could tell the game had gotten more intense. Ace, 3, 4, 5, I'm out. I'm out as well. I'm out too. 3, I'm out now. Eek, I lost. This club sounds exhausting. I mean, and the heavens chose to vanquish Rena. What kind of penalty, I wonder? What kind of penalty, I wonder? It wasn't exactly hard for her to be worried. Just thinking about the level of difficulty of Mion's first penalty still made me quiver. And so, the penalty she drew with trembling fingers was... The heck was this? Speak like a maid? Huh? What is this? This one. What do I need to do? So basically, it means that you have to use the same expressions as a maid? Oh, okay, master. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Ooh, thank you, Spooky, for that. I had no idea who wrote that penalty, but she was awesome. Then, Rena, can you shuffle the cards and deal? Yes, master. I could just die right now. Anyway, let's continue. Right, Rena? Yes, master. The eagerness to which I was goading Rena into addressing me as master was downright impressive, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I won't lose anymore. I'm out. I shan't lose either. I'm out. Then with that, I'm out too. I can't believe it. Is it Rena's loss again? Rena again? What kind of penalty would it be this time? I was delighted by the mysterious sense of anticipation. Anticipation? No, this was conviction. Remove one piece of clothing from the top and bottom halves of your body. Sus. That's just indecent. Who could have written this? My face reddened in anger. If I didn't yell something out, I wouldn't have been able to hide my shaking. And who did write that? God, please give that man a Nobel Prize. That would be an in-global prize. Not good, not good. What I was thinking was about was written on my face. Well, who? Nichan. Rana begged Mion with teary eyes, but everyone knew Mion's answer already. Nope, nope, won't go easy on you. You lost the ticket like a man. Understood, master. Oh, I'll undress. What? I looked around thinking someone else could probably stop her. Of course, I wasn't actually trying to stop her either. Then I heard the rustling of clothing. The sound of her skirt hitting the ground set my heart racing. Is this fine, master? I looked away like a gentleman. But these club activities, you need to be ruthless after all. Ha ha. Keiichi-san, whatever were you expecting? Certainly we would not have her strip if she weren't wearing her PE clothes underneath. Satoko poked fun at me, but right now I can't hear it. Not bad, Kei-chan. The old man has never... This old man never even thought you would go after her like that. You got it wrong. I didn't write that one. Master didn't write this one? Her squirming around in her PE clothes made it impossible for me to not feel anything. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Mion probably wrote that one and planned to go after me as I panicked. Ow. You can't fall for a trap after knowing it's a trap. Clear your head. Calm down and assess the situation. I was determined to think my way out of this, and the answer was quite simple. I win! I then became a god. I, who had already entered the domain of godhood, what would dare stand in my way? It was like they were pulled to me magnetically. I was picking up aces and twos like nobody's business. Eek. How could my luck of the draw be so bad? Satoko lost, right? I'll draw the penalty. God, this novel is hornier than I was expecting given what little I knew about Higurashi beforehand. Yeah. Speak little like a little sister? Ugh. Fine. Oni-chan. Yes. The pleasure of making this brat disgrace herself. Ah. This old man loses again. Mion's lost, right? I'll draw it out. Wear a girl's school swimsuit. No. This is the one I wanted Kei-chan to get. Yes. Mion's despair was like sweet honey. Master, I lost again. Rena lost? I'll draw it for you. Let the person in the first place rest their head on your lap. Oh, this outfit, master? Yeah. She's not wearing a skirt, so it's her bare legs. Really hard, a 16-year-old man, huh? Eek. Oni-chan, you're too good. Satoko lost again? I'll draw it. Obey the person in first place. How about I have you give me a shoulder massage? Fine, Oni-chan. Come on, do it a bit harder. Sus. Don't use your nails. Wahahaha. I had transformed into an evil dictator and couldn't be doing any better. It felt like I could control how the cards played out with my mind, and even decide what suits would appear just by willing it. Sus. By the time I realized it, I had already assembled a harem. I'm not sure this is the harem you quite want. Unless you're already excluding Satoko and Rika. Then that's fine, I guess. I was laughing haughtily as I rested my head on Rena, who was now a bloomer-clad maid. Satoko was wearing a collar and had taken on little sister properties. Mion was fanning me while wearing a school swimsuit. Oh, today is Master's overwhelming victory, isn't it? Eek, please refrain from moving your head around so much. I began to think. Why does man have no end to his desires? How could I wish for more than this palace of dreams? What is it, Keiichi? I'm saddened by the thought of a man having no end to his desires. That was it. Rika-chan hadn't been in first, but she continued to escape being in last. Keiichi is quite greedy. It said you should know when enough is enough. I know that very well, but how to say it? I feel like I wouldn't mind if I died now, then die. Eek! Master, please refrain from moving your head around. Eek! You say you wouldn't mind dying. Then that can be arranged, Rika-chan said in her usual calm manner with a cheery tone. That was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Go, Rika-chan, go! Take him out! Defeat this archdevil of perversion! I might not be able to win, but I'll beat him. Such stoicism from this little girl who's always hidden away in Satoko's shadow. It would probably be rude to not meet her head on. I shall face you myself, little one. I saw Mion swap a few cards with Rika-chan in the middle of the game. Pretend I didn't see it. Do you believe you can defeat Keiichi-sama with just that? 2. Ace, ace, ace. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, reversal. Everybody looked over at me. I was still brimming with confidence. Mwahaha! The 4 of them having lied against me? That's it? You're making me laugh. That was good. Reversal, reversal. What? How could such a thing be? Satoko let out a shriek. Mwahaha! You simpletons. Using up all of her cards before calling the reversal left Rika-chan with no good cards. She was defeated soon after. I lost. Blah! Finally, you fall into my clutches. Now I'll pick one out. Whoa! Wear cat ears, a bell collar, and a tail. Even the penalties were as I wished. Keiichi-kun? Rika-chan hung her head and clipped the 3 holy artifacts. It's questionable as to why such things were in Mion's locker, but since I had no objections, I didn't ask. Whoa. This was so... How? It felt like I had become Rena. This was definitely cute. Yeah. Cute, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, I want to take her home. This wasn't me talking. That was the actual Rena. Meow. As Rika-chan mimicked a cat, teary-eyed, rings of smoke escaped from Rena's ears with an audible poof. Rika-chan must take home, taking her home. Just for a while. I won't do anything strange. Nothing strange. That's not reassuring, Rena. I see. I still have one trick left. Mion gasped and dropped her fist into her open palm. If Rena must, she can take me home. After Rena-san beats Keiichi-san, she can. Though they thought Rena in cute mode would be able to defeat me. Would it be that easy? Opposing me was the same as opposing God. I'll teach them their place. How preposterous. The Rena can't defeat me. Eep. For a moment, I didn't know what was going on. The 52 cards danced and flowed freely between Rena's hands like the machinations of a master magician. In the middle of those flowing cards was Rena's ecstatic expression, her head bobbing around. Shall we, Keiichi-kun? Hurry, hurry. My whole body knew it was already. I was going to lose. No play? Nothing to play, Kei-chan? Then, with this, I'm out. Everyone cheered. I was spent. Phew, I've got no regrets. God, thank you for letting me dream a little. Phew, I got no regret. Oh, I read that again. Now then, I'll take one out. Keiichi-san's penalty. This is it. Everybody peeked at it in unison, gazes flicking between the text and my face. All day today, I did as I please. I'll do whatever it is. What's going on there? All. Huh? Every penalty up until now. What the heck? Keiichi-san, should you not be speaking like a little brother? Yes, Oni-chan. Ugh. Wow, this is quite addicting. Next, I'll have you rub my shoulders. Keiichi-kun, I don't need the lap pillow, so do that other one, okay? Sure. Yes, master. Oh, Keiichi-kun, that was so cute. Say it again, say it again. No, please spare me, master. Rena passed out with a squeal, blood spewing from her nose like a fountain. My dignity was being trampled more than a communal doormat. Next one is from this old man. I'm gonna have you fan me for a good long while, you know. Foosh, foosh. Oh, almost forgot. You need to wear this, don't you? The school swimsuit? Ha ha! This is for girls. Can't I wear the one for boys? It was clearly written here, wear a girl's school swimsuit, as you can see. Satoko was like a loan shark. Actually, me trying to escape reality as fast as humanly possible was pretty adorable if I did say so myself. But whose school swimsuit am I going to wear? If I were wearing one of yours, you wouldn't like it, right? This old man doesn't care about that kind of stuff at all. Think of it as a little benefit. I'm not that in shape, so I think even Kei-chan can fit into it. The executioners surrounded me, wagging their fingers. No! My first thought, it's kind of tight around the waist. Second thought, the chest area was pretty loose. Third thought, the crotch area was... How? Keiichi-kun is bending forward. Cute, cute. You'll be ready after you wear the cat ears, bell, and tail. Kei-chan, want to look in the mirror? It's amazing, really. It's probably best if you look. The stern, scientific, calculating nature mixed in with her fascination made Mion very scary. I would like to respectfully decline, master. Your ensemble is complete. If only you could send you home dressed like that. Oh, Then, is this enough? I'll change and... While I was saying that, Mion placed her hands on my shoulders and Rika-chan slipped up behind me without a sound. Not yet, Keiichi. There's still the first penalty left. In this, get up! Rika-chan patted my head without saying a word. Sir, excuse me. Yes, please come in. I sit into the principal's office. My bell collar jingled adorably. The principal froze solid with a smile on his face as he saw me. I couldn't blame him. In the sacred place of study, specifically in his office, that I said excuse me as I entered, the sight of a person entering with a school swimsuit, cat ears, a collar, and a tail, and for her to be a young male student. Without a doubt, any normal person's psyche would have stopped cold. But this could be explained. We'll call it uncanny valley camouflage, if you will. When humans see others, they can only begin to act after confirming this is human. Meaning that if he could not comprehend what was in front of him, then in those moments, before he could begin to fully process the situation, his mind was completely blank. That was my one and only chance for victory. My penalty. Rubbing the principal's head. Principal! I challenge you! I heard what sounded like a shashing 3 times. His 3-gauge super? The principal said one thing to me. What does it mean to be a man? And in a heartbeat. Boo. The tremor resounded through the Hinamizawa night twilight. Keiichi has been obliterated, yes. As is deserved, frankly. Reina was given permission to caress Rika-chan's head as much as she wanted, so they headed home together, very pleased. Once again today, it was just Mion and I going home. Man, that was intense. I didn't know Kei-chan was so good at president. No, I was more surprised than anyone. If I was playing with guys, I wouldn't have been that strong. But still, it was pretty bad. Being carried off on a stretcher in that outfit will probably haunt me until the day I die. But that's fine, isn't it? You were able to do something to boast about for the ages, too. How? Well, when she says it like that, we both smiled at each other. Oh, we meet again, Keiichi-kun. It was Tomitake-san. It felt like I'd been running into him quite often. Hey, take any good pictures? Well, a few. So, Tomitake-san suddenly leaned over and whispered into my ear. You sure get around. Today you already have a different girl? It's not like that. No need to hide it. It's important to get lots of experience when you're young. Because Tomitake-san let out such a crude laugh, Mion knew what we were talking about without even hearing his whispering. I've heard quite through the grapevine that Mr. Tomitake-san is quite the catch himself. No, that wasn't my intention. Sure, sure. Keep up the good work and take plenty of pictures. See ya. Mion seemed to really want to get out of this lout quickly. From the way she spoke, it seemed as if Mion knew Tomitake-san quite well. How's the year treating you, mister? Staying until the Watanagashi? Tomitake-san, have you ever had, normal friends? I don't think so. Yep, I plan to. After photographing, really. After photographing the festival, I plan on heading toward... In my experience, straight people usually don't. True. Anyways, he plans on heading back to Tokyo. Being a photographer sure is easy. Be sure to win some big reward and become famous. You spent all of your best years on photography, after all. I don't think I'm that far gone. Don't they say men start developing their own unique flavor in their 30s? But does it matter what you taste like? That's so gross. After photographing the photography. Oh, look at the time. I need to get back to the inn before it gets dark. Tomitake-san began to take his leave with a dry laugh. It did look like he was outmatched by Mion. Now then, I'll see you both at the festival. After waving a hand cheerfully, Tomitake-san disappeared amidst the cries of the Higurashi. The way he's going, he probably won't ever get famous. If I had him... I had him promise he'd display a picture of me if he ever opened up a gallery, but I don't think that'll ever happen. So you know Tomitake-san? Yeah, he's an acquaintance of sorts, but you know how easy it is to tell who's an outsider. It sounded like you met him all the time. Tomitake-san comes around to Hinamizawa regularly. Maybe 2-3 times a year. He's been taking photos of the seasonal scenery and wild birds, but well, those photos really are nothing to phone home about. The image Mion painted of Tomitake-san was fairly unique. The Tomitake-san I knew was more mysterious. The words flowed naturally from my mouth. I wonder if he's really here to take photos of birds. Mion stared blankly at me as if to ask, why do you say that? It just seems he's here for something other than taking pictures, I think. Don't you get that feeling? Like about that something or the other. Good job, self. Way to click ahead. I guess there is the log here. Aha. Like about that incident. The dismemberment. Oh, you too? If so, you got good instincts, Kei-chan. She agreed with what I thought, but was quite chipper in how she said it. You knew about it then, Mion? Of course. He might be able to pull one over on everyone else, but he can't fool this old man. Mion was posturing pretentiously, but I had easily come to a very different conclusion from what she was imagining. It felt like all apprehensions I had about Tomitake-san disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulders. I was finally able to appreciate how clear the evening sky over Hinamizawa was. Ah, I exhaled everything in my lungs and inhaled just as much. It smelled like dusk. What is it, Kei-chan? It's just that I never thought the cries of the Higurashi could feel this good. It is indeed almost 1 a.m. Isn't that fascinating? What's got into you all of a sudden, Kei-chan? We both continued to Google, not knowing why. I wonder what Rena is doing. I bet she's getting her fill of Rika-chan by now. She's probably in the middle of asking her over so she can treat her to dinner. It'd be great if she's able to take her home. I wonder. Rika-chan is pretty good at that stuff. Yeah, I feel the same. That head patting penalty was probably from Rika-chan. I thought so too. The only one who could get away with patting his head is Rika-chan after all. Just pointless chit-chat. The hot day felt like it was being cooled down by the cries of the Higurashi. Oh, thank God. Okay. I was really hoping we were getting to a stopping point because it legitimately is almost 1 a.m. A fate worse than death. I don't like that achievement. But yeah, it is late. Originally I was thinking it's like, oh yeah, I'll just play this game until the end because it's just a whole one-off in theory. But no, I looked it up in the middle of this. It is 10 hours. So we're nearly halfway through at least. But it is 10 hours. Just for the main story. No extra anything. So yeah, I'll be streaming it again for probably the next 2 weeks, and I guess I'll have you guys vote for spaces out. I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted by your guys' messages. Right, votes. I'll have that affect the Saturday streams for now until this is done, because luckily that it won't be too long since I've already done about half of it. So like maybe 2 or 3 more weeks. Yay, mini series. But yeah, I've done a whole ass half shift with this shit. Yeah, no 10-minute break either. Um, I want to save before I forget to do that because I would do that. I would just blatantly forget. Um, yeah. How do I quit? There's a lot of save slots. Um, I don't like that there's a bunch of save slots. To be honest. Uh, Maybe I'll have to hit continue to get to the main menu. Probably. Okay. Yes. Return to main menu. We can go to the exit scenario. It's a visual novel, so that's very kind of them. I mean, yeah, it is common for visual novels to have a lot of save spots, but the fact that there's so many concerns me on the premise of them probably like expecting you to want to save a lot because of different endings. um Anyways though, this was a time. This was a time. Um th- this is my longest stream by far. Oh no, because I did the Undertale stream. That was also quite long. Yeah, but that one I didn't start at like 8:30 like normal. I started that at like 12, and then ended at almost midnight. But here we are till almost 1 a.m. Okay, well, I think I said everything that I wanted to say. I don't know anymore. It is late. In case you guys didn't notice. Those of you in the same time zone as I. You definitely didn't notice. No way. Okay, yeah. Good night. I'll catch you guys tomorrow with the nappy naps. Bye bye.